In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope everyone had a fabulous couple of days. You know, it's so much stuff going on in the United States on a daily basis. I refuse to get caught up in the minutia of our elected officials sitting down, letting this country be turned into a third world country as they sit silently by. Now, I do know that there was another person shot in Minneapolis. I do know that there was a person also shot in Los Angeles who lost the use of his eye because the shrapnel went into his eye. The last I heard, they don't know if he will regain the use of his left eye. So I know that's going on. I know I was watching Status Quo yesterday, and the interviewer was interviewing an older woman. Looked like she was in her mid to late 70s or early 80s. And she said, I just had to come out here because this is not the America I recognize. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming in the chat. This is not the America I recognize. And then all of a sudden, everything had been quiet. All of a sudden, the people weren't, I don't recall people were even yelling and screaming. The presence of the people out there, all of a sudden, the reporter starts yelling, I've been hit, as they start walking towards the people who were out there and shooting off munitions and flashbang grenades and pepper spray, just, all willy-nilly. So, it seems like a lot of people are surprised by this. I guess a lot of people are surprised by this because they have been watching for-profit media. For-profit media who are not telling you about this NSPM7 memorandum that I've told you and shown you a long time ago. See, this is all a playbook of Project 2025. And now they have given a national security memorandum to do this to protesters. I don't know why people are shocked. I've already shared this with you. Hey, T. Danielle. I don't know why people are shocked. I've already shared this information with you. I shared this information with you months ago. Months ago. Oh, let me let me share this with you again. How how they deem to elicit protesters as enemy combatants or domestic terrorists, as it were. Is this the one? Let me hold on. This isn't the one I want. We'll get to this one later. Let me. If you haven't joined Ken Klippenstein Substack, I really suggest you do. This is where uh, there is so much information that he has. Now I have to find my ice thing. Let me go to my home page. Oh, I'm on my home page. Let me see. Let me review my history. I thought I already had this up. Bear with me. So we can get to the MSPM7 memorandum. Now, what I will say is Ken Klippenstein always get a whistleblower. He always get the scoop. Ken Klippenstein knew way back in February that the Israeli and the United States government were doing a B-52 runs over in near Iran. And then several months later, they struck Iran. While our U.S. lied to reporters about it, Israeli told their people exactly what they were going to do, that they were going to strike Iran. I did this story months ago. I got this story from Ken Klippenstein. So if you're sitting up watching a for-profit media trying to get you to go out and shop and act as if things is all more normal because they're paying their talking heads millions of dollars and not telling you what is really going on in the United States, uh, this is a good place to go. I will drop this link as soon as I find what I am looking for. Here, NSPM7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. Okay. Uh, NSPM7 alarms law firms while Congress is silent. Um, let me let me find exactly. Now, understand the NSPM7 was created after the death of Charlie Kirk. Well, the whole world was supposed to be so outraged that this could happen to one single person, Charlie Kirk. They did this under the ruse of the left was so out of control and that Charlie Kirk got shot. I need you to know that. So let me find. Oh, okay. Trump declares war on left uh, with domestic terrorist designation. I think this is it. I think this is it. No, this is today Donald Trump designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. This is the start of it. Uh, this is uh, back September 22nd, uh, after the Charlie Kirk death. The same month, 10 days later, or 12 days later, uh, Antifa was designated as a terrorist organization. Point A. This is where it starts. Where do I want to go? Nah, I apologize. I apologize. Here we go. Trump's NSPM7 labels common beliefs as terrorism indicators. So let's get into this. I hope I am sharing this on the screen. Yes, I am sharing this. If you are unaware, Pam Bimbo, the VP is there, Kakai Patel, Serpent Miller, and his butler of executive orders. Everyone's there, including Scott Bessent, the rescuer of Argentina. Wow, the American people have not been rescued. Okay. The mainstream media is hopeless in the face of the complexity and secrecy of the national security state. Please help us in our request to reveal what the national security state is up to by becoming a paid subscriber. It is hard to overstate how much different NSPM7 is from the over 200 executive orders Trump has frenetically signed since coming back into office. An executive order publicly lays out the course of day-to-day federal government operations, whereas a national security directive is a sweeping policy decree for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. National security directives are often secret, but in this case, the Trump administration chose to publish NSPM 7, only the seventh since he's come into office. Previous national security directives have been controversial, even politically earth-shaking. In 1980, for example, President Jimmy Carter signed the top-secret President Directive 59, directing new nuclear war-fighting policies that persisted until the end of the Cold War. Okay, this is Jimmy Carter's. Uh, Similarly, President George W. Bush signed a series of classified national security directives. His were classified after 9/11, the most famous of which authorized the NSA unlawful domestic intersect and directive that wasn't publicly revealed until 4 years later. Where they were listening in on all of our phone calls. That was a secret directive. So I want you to know that these directives directly affect you and how you live your lives under the guise of national security. The thing that you can tell palm colored people it's about their safety and they'll do about anything. They'll give up about anything. In the NSPM7, countering domestic terrorism and organized political violence. President 4547 directs the Justice Department and the FBI and other national security agency and departments to fight his version of political violence in America, retooling a network of joint terrorism task force to focus on leftist political violence in America. Not right political violence in America. What they deem is leftist political violence in America. You notice you've never heard any of your elected officials on the right said that the right political violence is out of hand. You notice how the right uh, have not said a word about the pipe bomber who has voted for 45, 47, the arrested pipe bomber who on January 5th left pipe bombs in front of the DNC office and the RNC office. You notice how they never tell you that he is a Trump supporter? No, they don't. No, but you notice how often they talk about left wing violence. You have the right to protest as a right winger, a left winger, a independent, a green party. These are your rights that are given to you as a citizen of the United States. So, why is it when certain things are protested, they just tell you that this is some left wing uh, agitators who are doing these things? How many people on the right is supporting what ICE is doing? I think the poll says that overall, over 78% of people do not support what these ICE agents are not doing. Don't quote me. I'm going to find the actual poll, because I'm not here to give you my opinion. I'm just here to give you information. If you learned something new here today, please hit my goals, because these are my only goals. I'm not here to try to convince you of anything. I'm just here to give you information. Now, let's get back to this NSPM 7. America retooling a network of joint terrorism task force on leftist political violence in America. This vast counterterrorism army, made up of federal, state, and local agents, would, as Trump aide Serpent Miller said, form a central hub of that effort. NSPM 7 directs a new national security to disrupt any individual or groups that foment political violence, including before they result in violent political acts. So they're going to catch you if you are, as an individual or a group, commit violence, but they're actually going to foment political violence, including before you even commit anything that they consider political violence. Do you understand that they are going to just call you someone who is about to commit political violence? They have told, this is in the paperwork, you are out there protesting. So under this NSPM 7, they call themselves preventing you from potentially committing political violence, because you are out there. They have you have put yourself as a target, and then they can use anything that they want to say against you. They are trying to preempt any violence, because the simple fact that you're out there, it means that you're out there to commit political violence. Be very clear. They wrote this down and let this out. But so many of you are so surprised about what's going on. I don't know why. I read this months ago, in September when this came out. In other words, they're targeting pre-crime to reference the Minority Report. They're they are targeting pre-crimes. The Trump administration isn't only targeting organizations or groups, but even individuals and entities whom NSPM 7 says can be identified by any of the following indicators of violence. What is the indicator of violence that they will target you behind? Anti-Americanism. What is that? And who is to determine what is anti-Americanism? You're going to be targeted for your from your government behind anti-Americanism. Isn't that a vague? Uh, isn't that a vague term? There's no ABCD steps to get you to understand what they're targeting you before in this anti-Americanism. No, it's not. It's meant to be broad. It's meant to be broad because they can bring you in for being anti-American, anti-capitalism. Isn't that another broad statement? Anti-Christianity. Your government can bring you in if they believe that you are against Christianity. Did you not know that? You should have known it. I've read this to you. Support of the overthrow of the United States government. Uh, but the January 6 people were pardoned by this same person over this administration. Wasn't that overthrow of the United States government? Yes, it was. But these are the people who are going to ring you in their their mass ICE uniform. Isn't that peculiar? You don't find that strange? In the words of Umar Johnson, you don't find that strange? Okay. Uh, Extremism on migration. What is extremism on migration? I guess that would be sanctuary cities. This is extremism on migration. Reworded extremism on migration. If you don't believe that people like these 17 new countries that 45, 47 has put on a list that are no longer accepted in America, who are trying to free war-torn nations. You're extreme if you believe black people should be able to migrate to other areas for their safety. You are an extremist if that's what you believe. And he has taken the protections from all of the, what are they? All of the immigrants, what are they? Black immigrants, mainly in Minneapolis. He has taken their protection away from them. So it means that they all can be deported. What are they? But hey, they need to talk to their own. They were the ones who were trying to have a proximity to palmness and decry that they were black, were insulted if you called them black. So, hey, don't talk to me about it. Okay, what, what are they? So I know somebody's in the chat is telling me. Maybe not. Hey, foot soldier, the Frenchy rec room. Yeah, yeah. So ICE, no, these are the ones who are going to Somalians. Thank you. I was like, what are they? I kept on wanting to call them something else. Thank you, Leonard. Somalians, yes, they have lost their protection status. So that means that they are uh, all are uh, free to be deported. And another thing that they are doing, they are going to go through all the Somalians, um, green card, and the people who have already been approved to be in the United States, all of them. So let's look at it another way. Let's look at it another way. If all of the people that attacked the Capitol and actually tried to hinder the certification of our election, if we looked at them as a nationality, I think you would mostly see white people. If we had gone through all of the white people, is that something that we do? And just assume that all white people are anti-government and were trying to uh, stop our government action? Did we then go through all white people and figure that they were criminals as well? When you have elected officials sitting up in the Republican Party talking about these people were great patriots, and you have an administration who is firing the FBI agents and the prosecutors who prosecuted the people who actually tried to stop the certification of an election. And people have lost their job for simply doing their job well and prosecuting the January Sixers, all the way from FBI agents to uh, DAs, all the way in this administration. Okay, so let's get back to that. Uh, Something you should have already known. Support the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, extremism on race. So, are they going to arrest the Supreme Court? The people, the five on the Supreme Court who said that uh, ICE can go up to people and harass people just because of how they look, what their accent was. The Supreme Court was the one that okayed this. Isn't that kind of extreme on race? Isn't that extremism on race? And wouldn't once again wouldn't the ICE people be a part of these people who no? It's to protect white people. It's for white safety. Okay, if you guys are unfamiliar with this, let's familiarize ourselves with this. Uh oh, I went down too far. Extremism, extremism on race, extremism on gender. Now, you know, I don't have a way to be extreme on gender. I mean, what I believe is what I believe. And wouldn't extremism on gender would be over concern with what the gender of someone else is? Isn't that extremism on gender? Isn't it kind of extreme that it bothers you so much if someone's transgender? Isn't that where the extremism is? Because if somebody's transgender, that doesn't affect me and how I live my life or my belief system. So where would the extremism on gender? So would they be arresting all of these elected officials who made a transgender a voting a voting point for them that scored points on it by talking about trans people day and night? How many trans people have these people ever ran into in their regular life? How many trans people have you run into? I'm pretty sure if you live in certain cities or states, but how does that affect you and how you live your life if you do run into them? No, I don't think that trans people should be allowed to play women's sports. I do not believe that. Not at all. But not unto the point that I am trying to have people who do believe it be seen as enemies, enemy of the state. I'm not. I don't see that. Okay, hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on families. So they are trying to arrest you. Understand? They are trying to say that you are some a type of domestic terrorist if you hold hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on families. Under whose tradition? Uh, what tradition? What is traditional? What's traditional for one isn't traditional for all. And does an administration who has a president who has cheated on every wife that he's had. Would that be traditional? Is that the tradition that we're talking about? What is a whole hostility towards traditional American views on the family? Huh? I'm very curious. Hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on religion, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on morality. Isn't that, aren't these, all of these points very, very specific? Or can they just say anything to lump you into one of these categories? You guys didn't know this memorandum was out? They can say that you don't hold traditional views on morality. What is a traditional a view on morality? What is a traditional view on religion? They've already put Christianity. What is a traditional view on Christianity? They already put they can hold you if it's you anti-Christianity. This administration, whose leader couldn't tell you his favorite Bible verse, 2 Corinthians something something. And when asked to say what this 2 Corinthians, I keep that private. Well, if it's in the Bible, that's a public book. Okay, y'all didn't know this? Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. So now you can't protest. That's what I'm telling you. That is what I am telling you. No, I'm not telling you this. I'm just rereading this memorandum that came out. Hey, Simple Life. Uh, um, I'm just telling you. This is a actual memorandum, and when you see these people getting arrested and beat by government agents. This is the directive that they have put out to excuse their behavior, to make their behavior legal. Behind Charlie Kirk, the United States requires a national strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that permit political violence, so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracy before they result in violence. So they're telling you, you don't have to do anything. But what they are saying, we're stopping you before you commit violence. Now, you will not be surprised if I tell you that is the whole mission that Palantir, the billionaire Peter Thiel. That is their whole mission as well. They are going to make sure that people don't commit crimes, because they are going to be following and observing people to prevent crimes from people who they know are about. They're going to have indicators to show if you are a criminal and are about to commit a crime. So therefore, they're going to prevent you from committing a crime that they predict based upon them watching everything you do. That's how the Palantir is going to prevent you from committing crimes. You didn't know that? You y'all didn't know that? The little Bible. I just I don't know how you guys didn't know that. Uh, it's a lot going on in this real world we live in, and we're gonna get into it after we get to uh, a pre-crime uh, endeavor. Preventing attacks before they happen is core to the post 9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. So they're rationalizing it. A pre-crime endeavor. Preventing the attacks before they happen is a core post 9/11 concept of counterterrorism itself. They're calling you terrorist. No longer satisfied to investigate acts of terrorism after the fact to bring terrorists to justice, the Bush administration adopted preemption overseas. But this is on your homeland. Overseas that led to the aerial assaultion assassination by drones and special operations, kill missions. Domestically, it led to counterterrorism campaigns whose hallmark was extensive and a illegal government surveillance and use of the undercover agents and confidential human sources to trap and entrap would-be terrorists. But these were people who were not from our country. But what this NSPM7 is making the American people uh, terrorists. Now, with Donald Trump directive retooling the counter-terrorist apparatus to go after Americans at home, this means monitoring political activity or speech as an investigative method to discover radicalism. If you don't agree with this administration, you're radical. You have been radicalized. How many times have you heard them talk about this Tyler Robinson have been radicalized, but they can't tell you where or how this radicalization of Tyler Robinson happened? How many times do you hear that Luigi Mangione was radicalized? Okay. They can't tell you where any of this happened. Contrary to other national security documents, all during the post Watergate era, NSPM 7 doesn't even mention the First Amendment or the fundamental rights of Americans to organize and protest. The focus on speech is evident throughout NSPM 7. The directive says that the political violence is the result of organized campaigns that often begin with the left. This is what is in this memorandum. It often begins with the left. When prior to this administration, and Pam Bimbo has absolutely erased and hid the fact that prior to this administration, the biggest threat to America was these neo-Nazi groups. These racist white boys were the number one on the terrorist watch group. Now they have been removed, and they have uh, allegedly been hired as ICE agents. Many of them. Even it has been reported that the January 6 rioters, many of them who were in the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, are now ICE agents. They were pardoned for their insurrection. Wouldn't it? They were supporting a president who lost but refused to give up the White House. So wouldn't it make sense? This is who a lot of these ICE agents are. Okay. Okay. The focus on speech is evident throughout NSPM 7. The directive says that political violence is the result of organized campaigns that often begin with the left, dehumanizing targets in anonymous chat forums, in-person meetings, social media, and even educational institutions. To give a sense of how broad this formulation is, 4547 earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group. I just showed you that. I just showed you when he officially designated Antifa a domestic terrorist group. I think it was on September 22nd. Uh, you need to check out this. Let me put this. I'm going to have this in my description box. Let me put it in my description box right now. This is under NSPM7. All the links that I am NSPM7. All of the links that I am sharing with you are in my description box. You can peruse this. I advise you to go through some of the reporting that is done by Ken Klippenstein. It gives a broad, it gives a sense of how broad this formulation is. 4547 earlier designation of Antifa as a domestic terrorist group was accompanied by White House fact sheet singling out people who celebrated Luigi Mangione, the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, last December, as I wrote at the time. He wrote that at the time. He let you know at the time that they had lists of people who celebrated Luigi Mangione. Now they have put out a directive to describe you as a domestic terrorist based on your belief. But the people who actually committed violence and tried to stop the a progression of our United States government were pardoned. Make any of this make sense? I'm just giving you the information. Do with it as you choose. As I wrote at the time, this describes a lot of Americans. A lot of Americans understood that Brian Thompson was the brainchild of having AI to deny claims, and with the knowledge that most people uh, didn't go back and try to fight the denials, and that would in and that would cause the shareholders to have more money to split up at the end of the year, because 85, I think it was like 85% of people never fought their insurance healthcare denials, and a lot of people got sick and died because they didn't fight their denials. Sicker and died because a doctor recommended referral was turned down by AI. This was the brainchild of this. So, you do you see why a lot of people understood and agreed that not that he needed to be unalive, but what he did in his job was egregious. Do you understand why a lot of people understood that Brian Thompson was the reason why a lot of people who had full health insurance ultimately died, because Brian Thompson figured out a way to deny their claims by their own doctors who were employed by United Healthcare as well. These were these doctors are employed by you, but you're denying the work that needs to be done on the care of the patients. So, can you imagine how many people have had this happen to them? But now you're a terrorist because you are not supporting the wealthiest health insurance company to get more and more money, make more and more billions of profit off of denying you your healthcare claims. Okay. Y'all know I talked about that United Healthcare shit. Okay. Trump's new national security memorandum also alludes to Mangione, but adds to it even larger categories of potential targets. MP7 is fundamentally a law enforcement directive, and it dispenses with the complications of using the active duty military or the National Guard in pursuit of political violence. It directs the Department of Justice to focus the FBI's approximately 200 Joint Terrorism Task Force to the new mission. The FBI network of task force comprises over 4,000 members, including FBI personnel and task force officers, or TFOs, uh, from more than five more than 500 state and local agencies and 50 federal agencies, including a special agent, police officers, intelligence analysts, and surveillance technicians. First established in New York City in 1980 to sys- systemize FBI and NYPD cooperation. Today, they are task forces around the country, including at least one in each of the FBI 55 field offices. So, what they're saying here is this morning, it is being reported that 4547 is thinking of calling the Insurrection Act in Minnesota. Do they need to call the National Guard? You see how it worked out for them when judges told them that no, you must take the National Guard. You cannot deploy the National Guard in Portland. No, you cannot. You must take the National Guard out of Chicago. No, you must take the National Guard out of California. And they had to take the National Guard out. They don't need the National Guard because they have this. If you didn't know, and now you know. And now you know the flimsy reason why these ICE agents who have gotten 47 days of training, but because it coincides with the number president he is. He thought that 47 days to train these people to put on the street under these flimsy reasons. And are you surprised about what's going on in Minnesota? Does any of this surprise you? Well, you hadn't read this. None of this surprised me. I, I hate to tell you, none of it surprised me. And what surprised me most of all is that the simple fact that some palm colored people made this. You were the ones. Hold on. You were the ones who normalized this behavior. It was you who normalized this behavior and ignored it when it happened to black people. You normalized it. So since you decide to normalize it when it happened to non-white people, I don't understand why you're surprised about this treatment. And after this memorandum came out, I guess you normalize your media not giving you information. I guess you normalize that all this it happens on both sidesism and think that you've watched the news as these millionaire talking heads give you hyperbole and bullshit. I guess you think you've watched the news. I guess you think you watch the news when you can watch the news that is giving you the story at a slant that you like instead of informing you of the actual facts on the ground. I guess you think you not watched news. And now you're surprised. But this is some shit that you normalize. You didn't give a shit when it happened to black bodies for decades in this country. Okay, let's continue. And how do you get 77 million people voting a convicted felon back into office in the first place? Who voted this convicted felon back into office in the first place? Now, we do know. Listen, let me tell you. Oh, let me tell you. I'm very also very disgusted with our current elected officials who are sitting quiet. All of these Republicans who designated their job to executive order by this administration, and now all of a sudden they are talking about Mike Johnson is a failure and he is failing. No, you all failed. You all failed. This administration took, I believe it was 53 days off. Uh, because they didn't want to give the American people, they didn't want to have a conversation about giving the American people health care. So they took a they took a recess and tried took a reassess. I think oh, how many days before the actual government shutdown. The government shutdown didn't even have to be shut down because they didn't want to converse with Democrats about giving the American people an extension on their health care so they would be able to pay for their health care. They said, we have time. If you reopen the government, we have all of October to talk about it. When the government was reopened, they didn't talk about giving you an extension so the people could afford their health care. They went all the way through December and they said, "Oh well, we're not talking about it." And they said, fuck you and your health care." That's what the Republicans did. But y'all still try to think that somebody cares about you talking about a libtard. The ignorance of you, the absolute ignorance and low expectation that you have in your elected official doesn't hurt anybody liberal. It doesn't hurt anybody giving you factual information. Your ignorance only hurts yourselves. And thus we have 4547 back in office. Let's get back to this memorandum. Hey, Corio! Corio, it is so good to see you. I don't put nothing past this government. And as you should. Hey, Vibrant, it is good to see you. Let me see who else. Hey, Corio, thank you for helping me reach my goals. If you find any new information here, uh, that is my goals. Those are my goals. I miss you too, Corio. Overt and undercover liberals that let their racism come out. Uh, Listen, they they're not hurting you. They're hurting themselves and this nation. For the Trump White House, the beauty of using an already existing network is that it bypasses congressional oversight and scrutiny and even obscures federal activities to governors and legislators at the state level. Did you hear what I'm saying? Do you understand why they can not let there be a state investigation into the loss of life that happened in Minneapolis? Do you understand why they are still ignoring the loss of life that a off duty officer shot and killed and said that the person who was celebrating by shooting off his gun on New Year's Eve turned the gun on the off-duty ICE officer, and there has been no arrest and no further investigation on that. Do you understand that your president told you that woman ran over that ICE agent, and he had to shoot when we all knew nothing of the sort had happened? Uh, do you understand that your vice president came out and said that this ICE had agency agent had complete immunity? There's no such thing as complete immunity. He said there's a such thing as qualified immunity for actual law enforcement officers. But I guess this is a new thing, this complete immunity that your vice president came out and said about this person. Now, you've also had six people quit their jobs in Minneapolis who work for the DOJ because the DOJ wanted to do an investigation. Yeah, they wanted to do an investigation, all right. They wanted to do an investigation on the dead woman and her wife and try a criminal investigation, not on the shooter, but the dead woman and her wife to further malign these people. This is what your government wanted to do. And the DOJ in Minneapolis was like, oh no, we're not doing that. But we're not doing that. And I want you let's take a break from this right quick. I want you to hear what Pam Bimbo went on TV and said about the DOJ officials who refused to investigate the wife of this slain woman. Now, uh, understand that this is the same DOJ who fired the woman who successfully convicted Ghislaine Maxwell, a James Comey daughter, who she got fired by Pam Bimbo. And as Pam Bimbo understudy went in and got Ghislaine Maxwell into a cupcake prison, where it appears that she's running the prison, getting things that the cupcake prison doesn't even allow. This is your DOJ. I want to share. I Yes, I do want to share what Pam Bimbo had to say about the DOJ officials who quit their job instead of victimizing the victims. Let's get into this. This will be in my description box under a Bimbo, of course. Let me see.
Attorneys. Brad Heath was the one who reported that story. More than 2,900 attorneys quit the Justice Department, rogue ICE agent with that. And the Trump regime and Pam Bondi wanted them to criminally investigate the widow of Renee Nicole Good, to go after the widow and to not investigate the officer or the rogue ICE agent Jonathan Ross, who killed Renee Nicole Good. At the same time, there were 6 resignations in Minnesota of the top federal prosecutors there. You had at least 4 or 5 major resignations from the Civil Rights Division in Main Justice in Washington, D.C., because they were ordered by Pam Bondi not to investigate the killer of Renee Nicole Good, but again, to go after the widow of Renee Nicole Good. Horrific. Now, the total of resignations at the DOJ is now around 3,000. When we reported last month, that number was 2,900 attorneys. Brad Heath was the one who reported that story. More than 2,900 attorneys quit the Justice Department or were fired during the first 10 months of this year, about triple the number who depart in a typical year. That was just through 10 months. And now, extrapolating further, that number seems to be closer to 3,000, maybe even more. But the key federal prosecutors in Minnesota now, Pam Bondi having this complete and utter public meltdown. She, of course, went on Hannity to start crying. Of course, she goes to state regime media where she cries and whines and says, "Can you believe that these prosecutors..."
Let me tell you something. Now, we do remember when Doge was in effect. I want you to remember when Doge was in effect and they were laying off people and telling them that they could take a early retirement. What did Doge do for these early retirements? They immediately took these people off the job in early 2025, and they told them that they would be paid through, I think, October of 2025. So they took them off of their jobs and they continued to pay them as they negotiated a payout for these people who were taking early retirement. Which some of the people early retirements have not even been processed as of now, and they are getting no money. But they were paid through October to remain off the job. So, what is Pam Bimbo doing to these state attorneys who have worked for the DOJ for years and decades? Watch what she they quit their jobs after they have exhausted all of their leave. They said we quit and we want to use up all of our earned days of leave. Our earned time. We want to make sure we are paid for all of the leave that we have acquired during our tenure with the Department of Justice. Regular shit that a real employer would do. But let's listen to Pam Bimbo. Let's listen to Pam Bimbo. Here we go.
Live here, play this clip.
What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news.
They wanted to use their annual leave until it ran out. And she twisted this around to talk about the taxpayer sending them on vacation. If it's their annual leave, they've already earned this pay. It's not taxpayers giving them vacation. It's they wanted to use all of their earned pay. Listen at this idiot. Ugh, she's disgusting.
Tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months ago. So
I fired them all. Look what I did. I fired them. I tried to fuck people out of their fucking annual pay. This is what your administration is sitting on TV, trying to brag after somebody would not do a criminal investigation of the wife of the person who was shot dead in the street, 3 shots to her head, but you're not investigating the shooter, and she thinks she's talking some big shit. This is your administration. This is your administration. Retribution on someone who won't do retribution for them. For attorneys who won't do vindictive prosecution and investigation on victims. I just wanted you to know that.
has his hands full, and that's what we're facing around the country, the deep state, in many of these offices. And we learned these people had been out there interviewing at liberal law firms prior to this. But I'll tell you what, from a personnel level.
And we've learned that these people have been out there interviewing at liberal law firms. What is a liberal law firm? Those liberal law firms that 45, 47 got to bend the knee and give free pro bono work because they have the best attorneys in the country, but they were so stupid that they bent the knee to offer 45, 47 pro bono work. Liberal law firms. These people were out here interviewing at liberal law firms. So what are you going to say about people who quit their job and you in turn turned around and tried to fire them? So how is that going to work? I guess that will work very well in this new EEOC, who is looking for white men who have been discriminated against because they are white. I guess these attorneys would not have to go to the EEOC since they are people of means that they will be able to go straight to an attorney. Thank God they don't have to go through the EEOC. So they quit their jobs, but wanted to use their acquired leave, and then you call yourself firing them after they had already quit. That should work real good in court. See, you think you're saying something real slick right here, but you're sounding stupid. This is your attorney general. So, and now you're talking about their future job seeking efforts. We've learned that they had been interviewing at liberal law firms. So now you're trying to sully their name in public from getting a future job. Is that what you're doing, bitch? Is this what this bitch is doing? Let's go back.
There'd be an interviewing the deep state in many of these offices. And we learned these people had been out there interviewing at liberal law firms prior to this. But I'll tell you what, from a personnel level, that'd be an HR nightmare. So people better look into them. One of them actually in 2022 defended BLM when they burned down a pawn shop and someone was murdered. Yeah, they want to be.
They're an attorney. You had someone defend serial killers. They are attorneys. One of them defended a BLM somebody who burnt. Well, how did the case? How was the case adjudicated? What was the outcome of the case? She didn't say they defended someone who was found guilty of burning up a pawn shop and someone lost their life. And do we even know any of this to be true? But this is your attorney general. This is your attorney general, and you understand now why the case against Letitia James, who successfully prosecuted 45, 47, and I just had his name. The prior James Comey. Now you understand why when they tried to maliciously prosecute them, those cases were thrown out of court because this is your attorney general. Let's continue.
Part of the resistance, yeah, bring it on. They're not going to be working for Donald Trump and the Department of Justice any longer. But that's what we're up against, not only in Minnesota, but around.
Bitch, you said something real cute. They're not going to be working for Donald Trump any longer. That was their own decision. This is your department. Bitch, they quit their jobs. They already are aware that they're not going to be working for him any longer. That was their choice to no longer work for him. But she's saying it like, look what I did. I'm pretty sure what you did is going to be looked in quite well, including this interview about telling their future employers that they better look into them real well. And real well, why? Because they took a case to defend someone who was going to trial. Is that why they need to look into them real well, bitch? I'm wondering if they got that client off, which would show they did their job well. I can't speak to the BLM case, but what I want to know is why is this bitch speaking on it as well? She's trying to taint their reputation because of a case that they took. This is what she's doing. This is the head of the Department of Justice, a bitter ass dumb bitch, in my opinion.
Around this country.
Oh my God. And just to remind you, some of the top prosecutors who quit there, you're talking about the Maine deputy and all of their line prosecutors, then from the DOJ Maine justice. I mean, you're talking about all the top people there as well. I always want to bring you this because the mayor of Minneapolis, Mayor Fry, said to the Fox host when the Fox host was trying to cross-examine him about, well, what do you think about this, that, and the other? And Mayor Fry, Jacob Fry, is like, you want to know something?
I think some people didn't get the memo. If you want to converse about something, converse about what the topic of this show is. This liberals and this libtard and all of this only shows your own ignorance. I am unimpressed and I'm definitely unbothered by anything that you are trying to say to divert from the topic at hand. Because the fact that you go to this propaganda that you think get people upset, which only shows how ignorant you are. It doesn't get anyone upset over here, sweetheart. Try harder. Try to have a conversation about the actual topic. But we know why you're not trying to converse on the actual topic because you have absolutely nothing. You have no talking points from Fox News and from all of these YouTube manosphere people that you think is going to impress or hurt someone's feelings. My feelings are not hurt because you cannot converse or come back and talk about the topic at hand. It just shows how dumb you are. So if you want to have a conversation about anything, the libtards and libtards mean absolutely nothing. But you're silly and you're stupid. So let's continue. I think that is that all? Maybe there's a little more. Let's see what this dude is talking about. I haven't watched this whole video. I didn't. This guy really kind of got on my nerves last night. I don't know. When the second person was shot. Let me see.
And prosecuted. People have been for.
Watch what he says here. Play this clip.
There have been investigations into this fraud now.
This is the you see it, Minneapolis mayor.
For years.
Your cases all resigned.
Been investigations into this fraud now for years. People have been prosecuted. People have been convicted. And that's the way it should be. When you commit a crime in this country, you are held accountable and you go to jail as an individual. You go to jail as an individual. Entire communities, entire populations are not held accountable for the actions of the individuals that actually did it. And so that's where my position is. And again, if we care about the investigation of these crimes, and I do you find it concerning that all of the people that were actually investigating and prosecuting this crime just walked out? Do you find that concerning?
We just cover it and we see where the facts lead us and we will report on it. And that is why we so greatly appreciate your time and having you come in and
I'm
weigh
sure
in
that's
on
the
these
case
things.
there, Griff.
All right, now going back to Pam Bondi's public meltdown. She was also asked by Sean Hannity about the fact that the FBI, through the DOJ order, executed a search warrant at the Washington Post reporter's home, Hannah Nathanson, who was widely referred to as the federal government whisperer. She's the one who developed 1,169 sources within the federal government of people who were whistleblowers.
Isn't that the job of a reporter? So now we're searching a reporter's home. Isn't that their job? Now all of a sudden, she was given classified information. They did that to, what was that old lady they did that to years ago? They actually put the reporter in jail. Are we going back to putting our reporters in jail? I think 4547 has been watching his buddy Bibi Netanyahu too closely. These reporters better watch their back, because we know how many reporters lost their lives over in Gaza. Let's continue.
Blowers against all the illegal stuff that Doge and Trump was doing and all of their criminal acts inside the government. Well, Pam Bondi demanded the FBI execute a search warrant at her home. They seized her phones and her personal laptops and her Washington Post, her journalist laptop, but they took all of her personal stuff to what? To confiscate it, to go and find who her confidential sources are. So here's what she says too, and she's like, this is perfectly normal. This is just what we do. Here, play this clip right here.
I mean, I guess there could be a couple of scenarios. One, if the press was soliciting classified material purposefully, and maybe that could be proven, maybe that can't be proven? Or what if something is sent that's classified and the reporter had no idea it was classified?
Exactly. Exactly. She says yes. She was she wants you to believe that the reporter was soliciting classified information. Yes, yes. Even Sean Hannity has enough sense to know you cannot prosecute a reporter because she got information that she did not know it was classified. In the first place, and the second place, if you have someone who wants to give you, why do you think that Pete Kegbreath I wanted all the reporters who worked in the Pentagon to sign a NDA and agree to that any story that they wrote out of the Pentagon had to be approved by certain Pentagon staff. And why do you think that all of the news, the certified official news reporters have left the Pentagon? Even Fox News left the Pentagon because they refused to sign such foolishness. And now who they have in there? Laura Loomer, a whole lot of podcasters, a whole lot of YouTube influencers are reporting from the Pentagon. Let that sink in. Laura Looney.
If the reporter
That's maybe that could be proven, maybe that can't be proven. I guess there could be a couple of scenarios. One, if the press was soliciting classified material
Yes.
purposefully, and maybe that could be proven, maybe that can't be proven. Or what if something is sent that's classified and the reporter had no idea it was classified?
If the reporter had no idea it's classified, we have the right to have that returned to the Department of Justice. I cannot, and to the Department of War is where it belongs. I cannot talk about the facts of this case because right now it's just a search warrant to retrieve the information that belongs to the Department of War. But the guy who worked for the Department of War, he is in jail and he should remain in jail.
Then you had Bondi and Trump send out their stooges, their MAGA Republican sycophants on, to DC. And
Okay, so there's no more whistleblower protection. We don't know what this information is. Kind of like the Eric Snowden incidents, where we were alerted that 45, 47 under his national security directive was eavesdropping on every American citizen phone call, and he blew the whistle on that. And now he has had to live in every country but the United States. That was whistleblowing. So we're back to that now. Okay, I'm just making sure you guys understand where we are back to.
we made sure at the Midas Touch Network, because we have our DC bureau that's open.
Let me see if there's anything else. Oh, this Tennessee tar baby right here. Let's see. Remember he voted on the budget because he got some merch from Donald Trump. This a country bumpkin right here.
Here, play this clip.
Are you concerned that 99% of the Epstein files haven't been released yet?
I think we're releasing quite a bit, and the DOJ is working. I mean, at least they're producing something. The Clintons couldn't even show up for a deposition.
And you had Tim Burchett say the following. Here, play this clip.
What's your message to the American people who are waiting for the other 99% of the Epstein files to be released by the Department of Justice?
Well, tens of thousands have already been released. Interesting thing.
1% of the Epstein file information has been released. And all of a sudden they found 5 million more pages and all of this bullshit. All of this stuff has already passed the deadline where all of the Epstein files were to be released. And the date where they had to explain the redactions, where they sent pages that were fully redacted, picture pages that have already been out that they extra redacted. That date to explain their redaction has already passed. So all of this is bullshit. The Clintons wouldn't show up for I don't know if they were subpoenaed, as she said. The Clintons wouldn't show up. Let me see what she said.
I think we're releasing quite a bit, and the DOJ is working. I mean, at least they're producing something. The Clintons couldn't even show up for a deposition.
And you had
At least they're producing something. They produce 1% of the information that they claim to have given to, once again, YouTube influencers and binders the second or third month this administration was in office. But now all of a sudden, they're bogged down. So, this is your Department of Justice. Your Department of Justice is obviously hiding these files. Your Department of Justice is talking about attorneys looking for jobs with other people and calling the the people that they're looking for job with liberal attorney offices. If that makes any sense to you. What your Department of Justice is really doing in the meantime is they are disobeying a court order. They are disobeying the law that was signed in by their own 4547. That's what they're doing. And while trying to make it a crime for someone to quit their job because they're not going to investigate victims. This is what your Department of Justice is doing. I'm here to give you information. That is the only reason why I am here. Let me see what else. I didn't get a chance to peruse this. Let's hear a little bit more from the Bimbet
clip.
Yeah, and Sean, in April, I did a memo rescinding Merrick Garland's memo saying that reporters will not be subpoenaed. We will not look at reporters' phones. I rescinded that because we have to protect our classified information and the heroic men and women in the military. And Sean, the First Amendment is a...
You rescinded an order that will now allow you to subpoena reporters' phone because you needed to protect the people in the military. When the strikes in Yemen, where the vice president, the national security advisor, Tulsi Gabbard, P. Hegseth, your alleged drunken Secretary of Defense, actually connected a editor of a newspaper of the Atlantic to a phone call where you were giving the time that you were going to strike in Yemen. Yemen, a place that has anti-aircraft machinery that could have shot these planes down. Bitch, are you serious? You're trying to protect our military, and we are supposed to act like we don't remember that y'all got a editor of a news organization on prior to a strike, which could have put the military people who were going to make this attack lives in danger because additionally, you did it on an unsecure app, the Signal app, which could have been infiltrated. You already didn't know you had invited someone from the media on there. That's how the story got out. But bitch, you think that you saying that you have allowed yourself to wiretap the phones of the media to protect soldiers. Bitch, are you serious? Is this bitch serious? That's what I want to know.
Bedrock principle. But this isn't about that. This is about information and the heroic men and women in the we will.
This clip.
Yeah, and Sean, in April, I did a memo rescinding Merrick Garland's memo saying that reporters will not be subpoenaed. We will not look at reporters' phones. I rescinded that because we have to protect our classified information and the heroic men and women in the military. And Sean, The First Amendment is a bedrock principle, but this isn't about that. This is about classified material that could jeopardize lives. And this IT guy that worked for Department of War, and Pete Hegseth has been amazing, and he's up against a lot with these people. This guy that worked, he was a contractor, IT contractor, who had classified information, is charged now with leaking classified information involving a foreign adversary. He could jeopardize the lives, the safety of our men and women in the military. So today, it's been reported that the great men and women of the FBI executed a search warrant at the direction of Kash Patel and my office on the reporter's home, seizing the devices that contain classified material regarding our foreign adversaries. And that's what we're looking into now. But the guy from the IT department is in jail. President Trump has made it very clear. You will not jeopardize the men and women in our military, and you will not leak classified information.
And folks, the hits keep coming for Pam Bondi as well. So utterly pathetic. We now have heard from the lawyer of Brian Cole, the suspected pipe bomber, who says as a result of Trump and the DOJ's position regarding pardons, and not only that the pardons apply to January 6th, but related conduct surrounding January 6th, that therefore Brian Cole, the suspected pipe bomber, should get a pardon. Two-time Trump.
I concur. I concur. He pardoned all of the activities surrounding January 6th. So why is this guy even in jail?
Voter was there. The suspected pipe bomber should get a pardon. Two-time Trump voter was there because Trump called people out on January 6th. He responded to the call. And so they say, yeah, why not? Give him the pardon as well. I think he's going to get the pardon, to be totally honest with you. Now, going back to Mayor Frey for a second.
I think he already got the pardon. I don't think that he individually put names on the pardon list. He doesn't even know who the people he's pardoned when he has pardoned them for all of this white collar fraud. He don't even know who this Asian guy who he pardoned, who was in Bitcoin, who set up his a way to get money under world finance or whatever his Bitcoin thing is. I don't even know that guy. I don't know nothing. I have look at the ballroom. Okay, so it seems like that guy is already pardoned, in my opinion. So let's get back to this NSPM7. I wanted to show you that for a second. Let me share this NSPM7. Let's get back into this. Where are we? Okay. They're going to use an already existing network where they can bypass the military. And also, when they say that this is... hold on. When they say that this is Trump's own personal army... I apologize. My dog set on the remote and turn the TV on. Okay. NSPM 7 says that the JTTF shall investigate potential federal crimes relating to the acts of recruiting radicalizing persons for the purpose of political violence, terrorism, or conspiracy against rights, and the violent deprivation of any citizen's rights. The It authorizes the JTTFS. I think so. This is what we will call the brown booted thugs, JTTFs. Okay, so are we clear of what this new brigade of people who are put out here to usurp your rights are? Okay. It authorizes the JTTFs to investigate individuals, organizations, and funders responsible for sponsor or otherwise aid and abet the principal actors engaging in the criminal conduct. The Attorney General said, Pam Bimbo, uh, I want you to be sure. You just saw the bimbo. The Attorney General shall issue specific guidance that ensures domestic terrorism priorities include politically motivated terrorist acts such as organized doxing campaigns. You know the organized doxing that J.D. Vance said that should be done on people who disagreed or said something that they found uh, uh, unagreeable or horrible after Charlie Kirk. So is the Attorney General putting people on J.D. Vance for the doxing campaign, where he said that if you said something bad after Charlie Kirk lost his life, that you and your job should be doxed. This came from the vice president. Like, such as doxing campaigns, swatting, rioting, looting, trespass, assault, a destruction of property, threats of violence, and civil disorder. Do you hear? Civil disorder. They are going to put this private army that they have amassed without having to use the military or the National Guard. Civil disorder. So you wonder why these ICE agents were out there with the largest budget, larger than some countries' military, and 45, 47 actually found $100 billion to add to their budget. Do you understand that these people who have this fake face recognition technology, do you understand why they were putting their phones up in the good woman's face, and why they're always putting their phones up in people's face? Because they can denote you as a terrorist for just being there. And that's kind of like when cops pull you over for nothing. You're walking, that stop and frisk where they want your ID to put your name into a database. So they're putting all of your information in a database based upon face recognition, and they can say whatever they want to denote why they are putting you in there. They have a broad array of things that they can say to put your face in their database because they feel like you're all domestic terrorists. This is their job, to denote you as a domestic terrorist for just being there, uh, practicing your First Amendment right. Okay? Okay, where am I? NSPM 7 says civil disorder. I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but the plain truth is that the NSPM 7 is a declaration of war on anyone who does not support the 4547 administration and its agenda. It repeats the word violent over and over to purport only to go to after citizens who are moved to take up arms, but it also directs monitoring and intelligence collection to map and target the new evildoers, to borrow from a Bush label. He took that from the Bible. Just days after 9/11. The partisan focus couldn't be more obvious. The real problem is this. Since Charlie Kirk was murdered, a friend of mine assassination, nothing changed on their side. The White House counterterrorism czar Sebastian Gorka told Newsmax after the NSPM7 was signed, no one leader, not one left-wing thought leader, member of Congress, senator, nobody has said we distance ourselves from the violent rhetoric. The left refuses to rid themselves. Now, so he's saying that no one from the left said that they distance themselves from the violent rhetoric. What violent rhetoric did they need to distance themselves from? Were they individuals out there on social media taking pot shots? Why would they have to distance themselves from people using their First Amendment rights? So why would they elect who hadn't said any of the things that people around the United States said about Charlie Kirk? They said that there was violent rhetoric if you repeated Charlie Kirk's own words. They wanted to have you considered to be a enemy combatant if you repeated his own words. So why would your elected officials have to distance themselves from people using their First Amendment right, freedom of speech? Understand this. The left refused to rid themselves of the justification for violence, Gorka continued. As such, President Trump is taking measures to protect us from the violent rhetoric that becomes snipers and bullets. If you didn't know, now you know. If you did not know about NSPM7, oh my God, now you know. Let me. Shh. Let's talk about the FBI making a list of American extremists. A leak memo reveals. Wait a minute. You see this now? Let's inform you about the media seems to have a blackout on the fact that there is a enemies list that is being compiled by the FBI. Trump's enemies list meets media blackout. Why the NSPM7 fueled FBI blacklist isn't considered news. Readers here know the FBI new enemy list, a product of Trump's NSPM7 policy that commenced the most aggressive program of domestic spying since 9/11. Readers of the New York Times and the Washington Post, not so much. If you read here, you know about it. If you read the New York Times and the Washington Post, not so much. In September, Donald Trump signed the National Security Directive, giving marching orders to some 250 federal law enforcement officers and intelligence analysts to target anti-American activities as they define it. Then last week, the Justice Department directed the FBI to compile a list of Americans whose activities may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a memo I published this weekend. And we're going to get to the actual memos. I'm going to read the story first. This weekend, the administration also released last week its national security strategy that prioritized defense of the homeland over over every other challenge facing America. Defense of the homeland. You know that thing they tell you that they're doing. We're defending the homeland, and that these palm colored people will believe that and let these people do anything because they're so bitch made that they will give up their fucking rights under the guise of defending the homeland when they're actually graping the homeland of their rights. Okay. That to prioritize a defense of the homeland over every other challenge facing America. The Justice Department memo I published has elicited outrage across the political spectrum, but hardly any major news outlet can bother to even write about it and how law enforcement is now targeting speech and the basic activities that constitute American civic life. This is an object lesson in everything that is wrong with corporate media. It is particularly incredible for a story so creepy it seemed to write itself. A blacklist, a cash reward system for public cooperators, a supercharged FBI tip line where anyone and everyone can tattle on their neighbors for anti-American thoughts and activities. This is what your DOJ and your FBI is concentrated on. Leverage existing FBI capabilities to identify tips that will dismantle domestic terrorist organizations and activities. Within 30 days of the issuance of this guidance, the FBI, with the assistance of its Counterterrorism Division, Operational and Technology Division, and Criminal Justice Information Service, National Threat Operations Center, shall establish recommendations to better publicize the FBI's tip line for submitting tips related to domestic terrorism when individuals witness threats or acts of violence and domestic terrorism. They should be aware that they can quickly report such activities to a central tip line within the FBI. The FBI shall respond appropriately to such tips and use the information to better investigate domestic terrorism. The FBI is also directed within 30 days of the issuance of the guidance and consistent with applicable law to review and update the capabilities of its digital media tip line in compliance with the FBI's policy and statutory obligations so that witnesses and citizen journalists can send media of suspected acts of domestic terrorism to law enforcement online. Further, because information from within an organization is often necessary to effectively dismantle large criminal enterprise, the FBI shall establish a cash reward system for information that leads to the successful identification and arrest of individuals in the leadership. Remember, they have told you that Antifa is a domestic terrorist group, but they can't tell you anything about Antifa. One of the only media outlet that even wrote about the Justice Department order, uh, Rutgers, failed to mention some of the most alarming developments contained within it. Instead, they focus on parts of the tax law. So let me see. This is going to be in the description box under NSPM 7 as well. Let me see. Now they give you an example of Rutgers' story about about this FBI tip line. I don't want to share that. I want to share. I want to share this. Hold on 1 second. The memo, which was sent to prosecutors and federal law enforcement agencies, called the Justice Department to prioritize investigating and prosecuting acts of domestic terrorism, including any potential tax crime involving extremist groups who defraud the IRS. Wow, tax law. I'm on my edge. Okay, let me see. Okay, now let's get into the actual. Here we are. Attorney General Pam Bondi is ordering the FBI to compile a list of groups or entities engaging in acts that may constitute domestic terrorism, according to a Justice Department memo published here exclusively. So this is not fiction. This is not propaganda. We will see the memo. The target is those expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement. Expressing opposition. They want to put you on a list. They want to pay people to tell them, the FBI, to put you on an FBI list. If you are expressing opposition to law and immigration enforcement, extreme views in favor of mass migration, and open borders. So if someone perceives that if someone perceives this about you, they want them to call the FBI on you. Are you clear on this? Adherence to radical gender ideology. So if someone thinks that you adhere to radical gender ideology, they want these people to call the FBI and get paid by the FBI to put you on a list because someone in the world believes that you adhere to radical gender ideology, or someone who just want to fuck your life over and pretend like they believe that you believe that, and they can call and get paid by the FBI to have you on an FBI watch list. You see how that works? As well as anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, and anti-Christianity. These are the things that people can call the FBI and tell them that you are un-American, you are un-capitalism, and you are anti-Christian, and the FBI will pay them and put you on a terrorist list. Are we clear on this? Okay. It has a link where you can actually absolutely download the memo. The language echoes the so-called indicators of terrorism identified by 4547 NSPM7, or which the memo says it intended to implement when the NSPM7 was a declaration of war on just about anyone who isn't MAGA. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Where the NSPM7 was a declaration of war on just about anyone who isn't MAGA. This is the war plan for how the government will wage on a tactical level. So, are you guys surprised about what's going on in the streets? You should not be surprised at the fucking threadbare reason that this administration has ICE in the street, has given them all of this money. Your vice president said that they have absolute immunity, something that is unheard of in any branch of law, military, or law enforcement. There's qualified immunity, but your vice president said that they have absolute immunity. And do you wonder why? I don't know. I don't. If you watch me, you wouldn't have to wonder why. I've already read all of this to you. In addition to compiling a list of undesirable, Bundy directs the FBI to enhance the capabilities and publicity of its tip line in order to more aggressively solicit tips from the American public on, well, other Americans. To that end, Bondi also directed the FBI to establish a cash reward system for information leading to identification and arrest of leadership figures within these purported domestic terrorist organizations. The memo later instructs the FBI to establish cooperators to provide information and eventually testify against other members of the group. The payouts don't end there. The Justice Department grants are now to prioritize funding to programs for state and local enforcement to go after domestic terrorism. Go after what? Domestic terrorism. What was the first thing that uh, Ice Barbie called Good, the woman who was shot dead by an ICE agent? She called her a domestic terrorist. Do you wonder why? You may wonder why if you watch your for-profit media who hasn't let you know that this is the blueprint of what they plan to do if you plan to protest anything that this administration does. This is the threadbare shit that they are going to try to call you a domestic terrorist if somebody reports that you're anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, that you have ideologies about genders. If you seem like uh, you are an open borders person. If these are the things that your government is targeting you for. Okay. In a section titled "The Finding the Domestic Terrorist Threat," the memo cites extreme viewpoints on immigration, radical gender ideology, and anti-American sentiment. What is anti-American sentiment? It is what they say it is. That's what it is. It is exactly whatever they decide to call it. Indicators that the federal law enforcement are instructed to refer to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, the JTTF. Um, the SS Army. Those JTTFs are then instructed to use all available investigative tools in order to map the full network of culpable actors involved in both inside and outside of the United States. The memo also directs the FBI and the JTTF to retroactively investigates incidents going back 5 years. So if they can't get you on nothing right now, you've been reported. But they don't have nothing on you right now. But they're gonna go back 5 years and investigate you 5 years back. So is that why the DOJ attorneys quit the DOJ because they wanted to investigate the victim's wife? Hmm? Are you surprised they wanted to investigate the victim's wife? It's right here in front of your face. This is how your government is operating right now. Okay, let's continue. Upon receipt of these referrals, the JTTF shall use all available investigative tools consistent with the law enforcement internal policies and statutory obligation to map the full network of culpable actors involved in the referred conduct inside and outside the United States, the memo says. For months, the major media outlets have largely blown off the story of the NSPM7, thinking it was all just 45-47 bluster and too crazy to be serious. But a memo like this one shows you that the administration is absolutely taking this seriously, even if the media is not, and it actively is working to operationalize NSPM7. So NSPM7 is in full force. NSPM7 was signed in September largely in response to the murder of Charlie Kirk, which was a 9/11 type of event for the Trump administration. I reported, he said he's reported on that. So these are some of the things that I wanted to share with you about why some of you may be confused about what's going on. Uh, as Nas said, uh, the rapper Nas said, it was written. It was already written. But the media didn't alert you to it. Because they're too hooked on bullshit and propaganda, that they don't want you to notice what is going to really affect you and how you live your life, and how this administration is trying to quell protesters in the United States. But y'all want to say, well, we're the greatest country in the world. He's the best president. We're the greatest country in the world. Bill was neck deep in it. If Bill was neck deep in it, then Bill should be prosecuted. Hey, Lena, it's good to see you. It is good to see you, Lena Brown Eyes. See, the difference is no one on the left is trying to protect a pedophile. Okay, Jonathan, your mama is ignorant, and you don't come in my chat, and if you cannot talk about what the topic is, the color of my skin does not negate the facts of this reporting. So I hate that you hate the fact that a black woman is educating you on something your stupid ass didn't know, but don't ever come back in my chat talking shit. Bitch, you're not insulting me at all. You are showing your own fucking ignorance, bitch. Bye. All right, let's continue. Where was I? Who is paying? Who is paying them to be out there protesting? Why can't people be displeased with fascism? I guess Soros is paying them. Poor Soros. He'd be broke by now with all of the accusations of him paying people, and it's just really ridiculous. So, who paid the January 6th mob? Who paid them? People, John, George Soros allegedly paid all the people in the No King protests when there were millions of people protesting. Be serious. Can you at least get serious? Because when you say stupid things, what are you basing any of this on? You're repeating rubbish that you and propaganda. Yes, he should be out, but no one is above the law except the Clintons. Are they? Wasn't Bill Clinton impeached for this Monica Lewinsky thing? Why are we talking about the Clintons? I'm talking about the NSPM7. What do you have? Yes, he should be out, but no one's above the law but the Clintons. Make that make sense. Stay on topic and don't bore me. If you continue to bore me, I do not accept propaganda. If you want to have a conversation about what I'm conversing about, feel free. Uh, don't. Now, after the ICE shooting, it seems like some of the ICE agents have gotten a little shaky and weary. Let me share my screen with you. Okay. This is January 14th. Exclusives. Secret ICE programs revealed. I don't think this is the one I wanted. There's a Gregory Bovino, uh, Oper- Operation Benchwarmer, Tidal Wave, uh, Abracadabra, Dust Off, Fleur de Lis are all just a few of the secret programs recently undertaken by Immigration and Custom Enforcement. Has become a self-appointed a bouncer for America under 4547, enlisting tens of thousands of federal, state, and local police and intelligence departments and agencies uh, to not just root out illegals, but also exploit them for intelligence and leaked documents shows. A Border Patrol official, outraged by ICE conduct, has leaked to me this and other documents providing the unprecedented glimpse into ICE undeclared activities across the country. Many of these operations and their code names have not been previously reported. A 15-page long document marked Law Enforcement Sensitive details 21 different major ICE operations, resulting, so it says, in 6,852 apprehensions since June from Operation a covert effort to develop information among immigrants and in detention, and to Operation Benchwarmer, which alone spans the deployment of 2,000 intelligence assets across the country. The document gives a sense of how aggressively ICE is scoring neighborhoods with de- developing sources to spy on immigrants and Americans alike. Not just immigrants and Americans alike. Let me see what this is. Operation Abracadabra was initiated with the requirement of interviewing 100% of individuals apprehended to gather intelligence and identity following on targets such as stash houses and individuals conducting illegal activities. Now, I thought that ICE agents was to find undocumented immigrants. Now they are looking for stash houses and individual conducting illegal activities. This is what your ICE workers have been told to do. Trying every individual who crosses the border illegally to a foreign terrorist organization. So they are tasked with trying to tell you that every individual who crosses the border illegally, they are going to tie them to a foreign terrorist organization, a transitional criminal organization, or utilizing the intelligence to develop targets. Intelligence gathering from subject in custody is being successfully utilized and acted upon. These efforts are being tracked in E3, and data integrity is critical. Okay, so my thing is, I do believe that America should have secure borders. I do believe that there should be a pathway, but that should be taken, like in every country, to have secure borders. But what I don't believe is you're telling me that they are trying to pretend like all of this is going on when they have no instances or examples of it going on. They were supposed to look for the worst of the worst, but now they are taking people who they are taking American people. They took these two 17 years old who were working in Target. They had them all in the foyer of Target, all on the ground, all fucking them up. They were 17-year-old American citizens. One was yelling and screaming that he was an American citizen. And when they just stuffed him in the fucking unmarked van, all of these mass agents whose IDs and backgrounds have not even been cleared. A lot of these motherfucking agents who have DV and all types of disqualifying things on their background. And imagine, we know that how many predators have been connected to this administration. We know the president's own spiritual advisor is in jail right now for doing something to an underage minor. We know the connection to the Republican Party to predators. Now, they are taking children into custody, and then what did they do when they got him into custody? Did they take him and book him and call his parents and say, "Come pick him up"? No, they dropped him off at a Walmart around the corner with a fucking fucked up face. That's what they did. That's what they did. When they say that we arrested Americans by mistake, or when you see them come out of these facilities where they're holding people and just walk up to people and grab them, these people are not doing anything different than anyone else, just standing around, and they grab them and drag them into these facilities, and then they do invasive. Uh, they do invasive. Searches on these people, and they identify the people. They try to see if they're on any warrants, even if they're American citizens. If they have any, they look into their legal background, and then if they have nothing, they throw them back out. So, what is this? What is going on? Who gives these officials to just grab you off the street and try to pin something on you? Try to say that you are, well, they had a warrant and that's why we arrested them. And when you have nothing, they don't process you. They just look through your personal information, your background. Some of these people backgrounds have not been cleared themselves, are looking through your background when you are doing no criminal activity. And when they get nothing on you, they just boot you out the door, leave, investigate you for hours on end, and just bounce you out. Is this what you? Is this what American policing is about? Is this breaking any of your constitutional rights? Hold on one second. Be the joiners. Be specific. No propaganda. I need specificity. No propaganda. This is the non-propaganda arena. Okay. We know greedy 4547 didn't pay the January 6th. So this is please go over there to Ken Klippenstein. Let me see. Oh, the source was spurred into action by the absurd amounts of secrecy surrounding the operation and the utter failure of Congress to make many of them public. The secrecy has concealed ICE transformation into the parallel FBI and DEA, and an independent police force whose mission is has crept well past the deportations that media tends to focus on. Be aware. The media is telling a certain story about ICE, giving the blow by blow on the most public horrors, but never quite seeing the bigger picture that it's part of a larger war, as a military intelligence source told me. The ICE crackdown isn't just about immigration, it's about gathering intelligence in support of Trump's war on cartels as well as on Antifa. Uh, on the radical left, those who are anti-American, and anyone else they consider terrorists. Anyone else who they consider terrorists. And since the administration has been so quick to label everyone, including Renee Good, a terrorist, it is no wonder they think they're at war. ICE network is done under a set of task force with the agency calling upon other Department of Homeland Security agents, like the border patrol, Border Patrol, Homeland Security Investigations, and the Federal Protective Service. Even the Secret Service, DHS, now constitutes the largest federal law enforcement agency in the country, larger even than the FBI. And that was before ICE had its law enforcement budget nearly tripled last year. Operation Abracadabra was initiated with the requirement of interviewing 100% of individuals apprehended to gather intelligence in identifying follow-on targets such as stash houses and individuals conducting illegal activities. I read that. Another briefing about Operation Benchwarmer reveals that the employment of agents dressed in clothes to disguise themselves as ordinary people in an attempt to gather intelligence. Plainclothes agents have been embedded in transport vans, sally ports, processing area and detention cells to gather important tactical intelligence or information. The briefing says that the nationwide operation, the purpose is to focus on collecting information not normally gained during formal interviews. Here is the U.S. The U.S. seal on these operations right here. He is giving you proof that he's not just giving you propaganda that you see on your for-profit media. This information he absolutely shares with you. The national security closures over 20 years in the making plays a intimate role in many of the ICE operations you read about, and many you don't. Yesterday, I reported on the deployment of hundreds of Border Patrol agents to Minneapolis, Minnesota, to support ICE operations there, and in the wake of an ICE agent killing Renee Good. My source motive, in large part, pertains to the lack of the big picture public understanding of ICE's larger war. By design, thanks to the lack of transparency on the part of DHS and Congress unwilling to compel transparency, things as basic as ICE use of force policy, its use of deadly force policy, are almost completely blacked out, so the public can't see them. Let me see. Um, Effective May 26, 2023. Purported background. This directive established the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement firearms and use of force policy. This directive assigns responsibility for agencies and employees in conjunction with the ICE firearms and use of force handbook, establishes procedures and protocols concerning firearms and the use of force, including but not limited to training and the proficiency, the reporting of use of force incidents, and the proper maintenance and storage and accounting of firearms. Redacted. Okay. Opposition to ICE conduct following Renee Good's death has spread throughout the Department of Homeland Security. As I previously reported, the disconnect is also affecting the Justice Department, with several top federal prosecutors in Minnesota resigning over the pressure to investigate Renee Good's widow. Meanwhile, the FBI itself increasingly split the political part, reportedly investigating Good's ties to activist groups and the Trump administration label as extremists. But other parts of the FBI sources said that they are also alarmed by ICE's heavy-handedness in its creeping takeover. One senior FBI official tells me that there is widespread concern that ICE actions are coloring the Americans' public view of law enforcement in general. The source says that the enforcing the laws demands scrupulous adherence to the law in doing so, and fears that ICE has abandoned such a fundamental principle, believing through masking and its belligerence towards the public that the law doesn't apply to it as a ICE agency. Screenshots of documents referenced in this story are enclosed below. Oh, and if you work for the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Border Patrol, etc., and have any tips, text me the tips. Okay. Here is what he has below. These are talking about the operations at large. Let's see what these say. Total apprehensions 6,852. Operation at large is ICE nationwide operations to significantly increase the numbers of illegal aliens arrested with final orders of removal. Deployed to Los Angeles on June 6. Total apprehended 474. Operation at large. Apprehended 1,953. Operation Tidal Wave in Miami. They should have gotten way more than 873 in Miami. That was Operation Tidal Wave. Operation Four Delay. That was New Orleans. They have apprehended 692. Operation Abracadabra. 466. Okay. So he cited his sources. So if you have not checked out Ken Klippenstein, I have this also. I also have this now since the shooting of Renee Good. It seemed like ICE got a little leery. So one more story I want to share with you by Klippenstein. Here we go. This is also under the link to this one is also so you can find these stories quickly. This is also in the description box under NSPM7. All of this Klippenstein stuff is in my description box under NSPM7. Now I want to share with you. ICE is getting a little, we're not looking so good out here. Immigration agents terrified of ICE backlash after shooting. This story came out January 12th. Understand that when he says he has leaked memos, he shares his source. Leaked documents show Border Patrol needs volunteers for Minneapolis surge. There goes Greg Bavino doing his greatest attempt to look like a SS commander or something. In the wake of an ICE officer killing Renee Good, the Department of Homeland Security is rolling out Operation Metro Surge, flooding Minneapolis with hundreds of additional federal agents, only to realize it doesn't actually have the confidence to match the bravado. While Homeland Security Kristi Noem and others in the administration preen about justifying last week's shooting, and trumpet their war on domestic terrorism, DHS has privately DHS is privately divided and hesitant about the latest deployment. According to documents leaked to me, not only in the department seeking volunteers for apparently unpopular mission, it is urging its agents to maintain a low profile and comply with the use of force policy. Now after this, they're telling the agents, we need volunteers. Nobody wants to go, and keep a low profile. Because they are protesting at every goddamn hotel we put y'all up in and running y'all out. And no hotels is gonna take y'all. Keep a low profile. Make sure you don't leave any identifying information in your cars that you may be an ICE car. Make sure you don't leave no face mask, no apparel. Make sure you're not wearing that shit when you go into the hotel and shit, because we can barely get a motherfucking hotel room to put you in. So these are more people that we have to claim as domestic terrorists because we have employed such sloppy motherfuckers and only gave them 47 days of training and haven't told you what the law is previously. Just keep a low profile. Okay. Here is U.S. Border Patrol Operation Security. Be mindful of Operation Security and officer safety. Don't wear your uniform or any piece of your uniform when entering or exiting your hotel. Do not display any Border Patrol or law enforcement insignia on your belongings. Do not divulge meeting, staging, operation, location. Do not divulge anything related to operation. Be mindful of what you post on social media. Turn off your location settings and set page to private. Always employ situational awareness. Let me see. Protect codes, Operation Memo Surge. Sectors need to detail personnel to NatOps, DHS, CBM, National Operation, and select a large and appropriate city, Minneapolis Metro Surge. For this operation, all regular hours and overtime work must be coded with ZYR3. When obligated to work overtime, note information below in the comments section of your time card, as well as the star number of the supervisor who approved it. Keep track of your hours daily. These motherfuckers are getting paid with your taxpayer dollar to declare that you who may find something to protest, which is your right as a citizen, and they are getting paid to determine how they are going to figure out that you are a domestic terrorist, and you're paying for your own suffering. On Friday, the DHS sought volunteers to deploy into Minneapolis, in part due to operations within its rank, according to Border Patrol agents and other Homeland Security workers who have reached out to me. Please begin canvassing your personnel for volunteers. A memo sent by the Border Patrol Acting Assistant Chief Joshua Andrew post on Friday. The memo outlines a request for 300 additional personnel, 200 Border Patrol agents, 100 processing coordinators to be funneled into Operation Metro Surge by Sunday, January 11th. There is the memo. A Border Patrol agent familiar with the discussion said the volunteer push reflects real unease in the ranks about the Good shooting in Minneapolis and related surge. We do have personnel, but some just don't want to go, one agent told me. Asked about the hunt for volunteers, DHS and Custom Border Protection did not respond to my request for comment. There might be some immature knuckleheads who think they're out there trying to capture Nicolas Maduro, but most field officers see a clear need for de-escalation. A a high level career official at Homeland Security headquarters in Washington also told me there is genuine fear that the that indeed ICE heavy-handedness and the rhetoric from Washington is more creating a condition where the officer lives are in danger rather than the other way around. Within hours of the shooting, Nome held a press conference declaring Renee Good had carried out an act of domestic terrorism, which should not surprise you, when she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over, as Nome put it. In the video, there is a video. She just lied. The Border Patrol agent said that Nome's characterization of the incident. She just lied. The senior DHS official added that increasing number of Homeland Security workers are concerned about the public backlash. The claim is that recruiting is up, but there is also dread that the gung-ho types that ICE and the Border Patrol are bringing in have a propensity towards confrontation and even violence. Okay, this is coming from the inside. Today, Border Patrol Tactical Commander Greg Bavino circulated a legal refresher for agents in the field, including on the use of force. Not a move that screams certainty about their conduct. So now all of a sudden, Mr. Badass Greg Bavino is refreshing you on what you can do legally and how you can legally use of force. So you're reminding people that they are moving outside of the law. Okay, that's why they wear. That's where they wear face masks, because they have all of this time. It's been okay for them to do whatever they want to. Now they didn't kill the white woman. Now they're getting pulled. Let me remind you of when we can and can't use force. Okay, really? Okay. Okay. Let me see. Not a move that screams certainty about their conduct. And the department has sent memos to volunteers for Minneapolis warning about their operational security and covering everything from removing any signal of law enforcement affiliation when they are around their hotels to turning off location settings on their phones so that they can't be tracked. Because if you are unaware, someone has doxed around 4,000 of these ICE agents. So now they got to be careful. Okay, the guidance also reminds agents that things like profanity, insults, and rude gestures directed at them are not illegal, though incitement is. So how they just spray people in the face because they're yelling and screaming and shoot them dead in their face with these pepper spray. These pepper canisters, not the pepper bullets, these canisters where they paint their face red with that pepper spray from inches away from their faces. That is not illegal, but they've been out there doing that. Hey, most of you guys out there protesting, y'all voted for these motherfuckers. You wanted your borders secure. Did you want to be deemed a domestic terrorist as well? Okay. Here is the memo on that. Legal refreshment, First Amendment and Fourth Amendment considerations. I didn't know though that the First Amendment and the Fourth Amendment was up for consideration. I thought that these were rights. Use of force. Use of force is a seizure of a person. If an officer agent applies force to a subject or the subject yields to the officer agent show of force, as a seizure, the Fourth Amendment requires that use of force be reasonable, necessary to carry out LE duty, reasonable amount of force in light of the totality of the circumstances, an imminent threat to safety, severity of the crime, actively resisting or evading tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving circumstances, a forcible risk of injury. What is not a violation? Passive resistance alone is not a conduct under 18 U.S.C. 111. Examples: noncompliance, refusal to cooperate with officer's command, disobeying commands without fighting back, taking photographs or videotaping an officer or operation in public. Now, you know how many people who have just been taking pictures. There was a reporter who was on the status quo. He was reporting. They are independent reporters. They're out there just taking pictures of the story. One of them got snatched up and put into an ice van, and his little partner was worried to death about where he was. If you're not familiar with the status quo, they have boots on the ground. And you notice who I now notice have boots on the ground finally? CNN. But the CNN reporters, they can't read. I can't see. It's kind of dark over there. I can't see. We got tear gas. And, are you ready to go? You want to go over there? And then the cameraman is like, no, I don't want to go. This is CNN on the ground. It's so dark over there. How many people out there? I can't tell. I can barely see. This is CNN on the ground. But we have people from status quo, getting a shot in the head with pepper with projectiles as they interviewing a lady who is in her late 70s or early 80s. But CNN can't tell you shit. So if you let me drop the link to status quo if you want to get real information. So why am I saying any of this? Because these ICE and Border Patrol agents have been doing all of this. Let me drop the link to status quo. Now, the latest live that they have up, I'm gonna put the latest link that they have up. This latest link is their live. Says ICE clash with protesters as Trump threatens insurrection act. Live from Minneapolis. So they have been on the ground all the way from Chicago. Status quo is a great place if you really want to get any information. Let me. So you think CNN support what is going on? So what I do know that I don't expect my news channel to support anything. I expect my news channel to give me the actual and factual news. Those are the only expectations that I have of a news channel. And this is why I recommend that you go over to status quo. That was my fact. So for you to think that I give a fuck about what a news organization supports, you are definitely wrong. And that is what's wrong with the for-profit media right now. Do you that you're so silly that you believe that your news organization is only supposed to report news that you support? That's why you're so ignorant. Because that is the news agencies that you look for. I want the facts. That's why I'm trying to give you the facts. So you understand now? Are you clear on what I think? Now are you clear on what I think? Let's move on. This link is also going to be in my description box. Let's move on. Okay, so uh, I really wanted to give you the information on what's going on is by design. That's what I wanted to give you information on. Let me see if there's any disobeying commands without fighting back, taking a photograph or videotaping. These are not crimes. Protected activity, First Amendment protections, freedom of religion, speech, press, right to assemble, and to petition the government. They had to remind ICE that shit that is protected rights under the First Amendment. Uh, Protected activities, speech or expression, nonverbal communication, photos, recording, and media. Non-compliance is a protective activity. Peaceful protest is protected activity. You know, like when you see people standing up there and they are not being combative or anything, and they get snatched and shot at for absolute no words, no I need you to step back. They just come out in a line shooting at people. Okay. Leaflets, signs, and picketing, not protected. Incitement, of not protected. Fighting words, incite imminent violence or lawlessness, threat of imminent violence against an officer. Now, we know we have heard, if I'm not mistaken, J.D. Vance and uh, Ice Bobby said the lie that you hear protesters chanting, kill ICE. I've never heard protesters ever chanting, kill ICE. But this is what your government is lying and saying that people who are peacefully protesting, these people are getting on television as a representation of your government lying on protesters, that protesters are chanting, kill ICE. What is not a violation of 18 U.S.C. 111? Profanity or personal insult directed at the officer. That is not a crime. Rude gestures directed at officers. That is not a crime. Arguing with officers. That is not a crime. But many of people have been shot for less. Been shot with pepper guns and sprayed in the face with pepper spray for less. Challenging officers' authority is not a violation. Talking back to officers doing police conduct. It's not a violation. Now, I wonder if any of you, none of you have gone to status quo because you will see all of this being reasons why ICE has been brutalizing people who are within their rights to protest their government. It sounds like they're entering a war zone, says senior intelligence officials who have been involved in discussions about calming the waters around ICE deployments, telling a bunch of 20-somethings to be prepared for war and terrorism creates the very condition officials are cautioning about. The Border Patrol agent said that while a significant minority of his colleagues agree with him, they are not comfortable speaking out or giving the political. They are not comfortable speaking out given the political climate. They know that they're doing wrong, but they scared of but they don't want to put their name to it because of the political climate. Now, they are in the political climate where they are working for an organization where they feel that what they're doing is wrong, but they can't speak on it. So, is that the leftist political climate that they don't feel safe to speak on it? Or is that the 45-47 administration that have people doing out here that they know is wrong? but they scared to speak on it because the political climate. This is this information that I wanted to give you. You have already seen that this guy cites his source when the sources are willing come on the record. But when he has had memorandums and all of this type of stuff, he cite his sources. So do you not believe that this is the truth? If you don't, I don't give a fuck. If you don't believe it's the truth because you want to be a sycophant for a madman. If that's why you wouldn't believe it. The agent also warned that the voluntary deployments, despite being uh, sim- symptomatic of splits within the agency, could further inflame the situation in Minneapolis. The key word is on a voluntary basis. The Border Patrol agent said, if no experienced senior agent steps up and they send new guys straight out of the academy, not a good idea. He continued in a nutshell, it's us versus them on steroids. And I think some Border uh, Patrol agents are more willing to use force and not feel restrained when you got a DHS leadership lying to cover for them. Did you hear what I said? Before there was any investigation, your president and the head of the DHS lied and told you. Your president said that the agent was run over by the car. So, Border Patrol agents are more willing to use force and not feel restrained when you got DHS leadership lying to cover for them. For example, Christy Nome lying her ass off on what happened is like saying to the federal agents on the ground, go ahead and do whatever you have to do. We got your back. We will find a way to justify it. Like 20 minutes after that shooting, the second shooting that happened in Minneapolis, they also told you that the agent was injured and that he was in the hospital. When in fact that agent got in his car and left the scene, and with his gun on him. Don't you? When regular police officers shoot somebody, isn't their gun taken immediately? And they are told to go to go to their office or something. No, this motherfucker left the scene, and his house where he was staying was cleared out by other DHS officials. He was moved out of the place he was staying. He was staying in a house. He has 15 years with the either Border Patrol with DHS. 15 years. This wasn't a rookie. This was not a rookie. And this is what he did. And DHS said, your vice president said he has complete immunity. A new thing. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. I just want to give you the information. And your opinion is one person opinion. Like that is one person opinion. Sure, so is yours. The joiners. I hope you hit the like button by now. Because you do like to be up in my chat talking propaganda. So I definitely hope that you have hit the like button. And you should have helped me reach my goals because obviously I have given you a lot of information that you are unaware of. So there's that as well. Now, let me get into. We are beyond that. Let me get into some more things. I want you. Let's get into what your Department of Homeland Security is. The white supremacist messages. Once again, I have shown you the white supremacist messages once. Let's get into the new white supremacist messages that your Department of Homeland Security is tweeting out. Let's get into this. Oh, this is the Department of Labor. I apologize. The Department of Labor, since they have no jobs to report, they're treating out they're tweeting out white supremacist messages. Since they don't want to report on the jobs that the United States don't have for its citizens.
You don't think anything of it, right? It just looks like a regular tweet by the racist ass Homeland Security, right? Then you see this. If you're not German, you're not going to understand what this means. But luckily, there's a thing called translation. Then you find out what it means.
The text in this image translates to "one people, one empire, one leader." It is a German slogan that was used as Nazi propaganda during Adolf Hitler's rule. And this is being tweeted out. I think it's by the Department of Homeland Security.
And now, when you go back to the Homeland Security tweet, now you see how not only problematic that tweet is, but how utterly dangerous it is. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a dog whistle, a racist dog whistle. There was a deeper meaning behind that tweet. That was for racist white people to figure that out. That message was for them. It's basically encouraging them to be their true selves, be who you are, and basically wreak havoc on anybody that gets in your way. That is what that says. Because this here by Nazi Germany back in them days, that's exactly what they were telling them to do. And you saw how that ended up. When you see this tweet,
Okay.
You don't think anything of it, right? It just looks like a regular.
Okay. Let me show some other things. Now, let's talk about. Have you guys heard 4547 saying any more about narco terrorists since in Greenland? I mean, Greenland. Since Venezuela has been invaded. Have you heard anything about what they plan to do to stop the narco terrorism? You know, the reason why they were striking all of those boats, all those fishing boats. That they wanted to tell you that there were Trinde Aragua and other gang members bringing fentanyl to the United States when Venezuela doesn't send fentanyl to our country? Have you heard any of the plans or the things that they plan to do about the fentanyl? You know, the fentanyl that he decided to declare is a weapon of mass destruction and pretend like it was coming from Venezuela. So therefore, we had the whole buildup of our military and or what cost it cost our military to take over Venezuela. But what about? Have you heard about the drugs? What have you heard about the drugs? I'm pretty sure there are more than two agents that love going. I'm pretty sure that department is full of racists. Why do you think that I'm shocked that a lot of these people love doing what they're doing? A lot of slave catchers love doing what they did too. A lot of overseers of the slaves love doing what they did too because they're racist. What is shocking? What is Joy? Did you hit the like button? Is my question. No, there are no rules different for the federal government. What are you talking about? Rules are different from the federal government. When I just showed you the rules that that Greg Bavino put out. So how are the rules different than the rules that Greg Bavino, who is over the Border Patrol, which is a federal agent, and he put out the rules. So I don't give a fuck what you told me. What I told you were facts, bitch. Fuck you talking about. Okay. Okay, so let's move on. All of this dumb shit. Okay, let's move on. Yes, that's exactly who I mean. That's exactly who I mean. That's exactly who I mean. And they sold them as what? What they thought would be treated as indentured servants. You know, kind of like the same white slaves that came over here from England. Those same type of slaves, the indentured servants. Yes, those are the ones that I meant. Because surely no one knew the depravity of the white mind. Let's continue. That's what I meant. Okay, so if you have you guys heard about what is being done about those narco drugs that are coming in from Venezuela? Since 45, 47, I sat down 3 days after with oil executives, and all the oil executives was like, motherfucker, are you serious? Ain't shit we can do with this shit. Who gonna protect us while we go over there and rebuild the infrastructure? He didn't think it out beyond his nose. He didn't think it out beyond his rhetoric and bullshit that he thought people bought. Uh, I didn't ask you about your family. We're not talking about your family. We're not talking about slaves. We're talking about what's going on in America today. Because we mentioned slaves, I don't give a fuck what color you are or where your family was bought from. Your family is no different than any other family. I'm talking about what's happening today. uh, get on board. Did you hit the like button though? You haven't told me if you hit the like button. Okay, so have you heard what is happening with those all of those fentanyl and all of those drugs that are coming in from Venezuela? Get on topic. That's my question. Have you heard anything more about those narco drugs from Venezuela? But we have heard him sit down with oil executives. We've heard that. So we also heard him tell the oil executives that Venezuela had given the United States, I think it was 500 million barrels of oil. And he said, but you guys don't get a part of that. No. You guys don't get any of that. He sat there and he said that. I played that for you. Where he said the oil executives don't get any of that. What he did say, if you want to invest, that he would probably give you some government money that you could reimburse up to $100 billion for you to build the infrastructure on something that is not going to give the American people a motherfucking penny. But the American people, he will consider giving the American people's tax dollar for you to build your infrastructure on something that is just going to enrich you and your companies and your shareholders. We heard that the Exxon Mobil CEO said that area is investable. It is not worth investing money in that land because who is going to protect us while we build this infrastructure? And then 45, 47 guaranteed security. What security is he going to use? He's going to use our military. And so we're going to pay the cost that it costs the CEOs to rebuild the infrastructure, and we're going to pay our military to protect a private business as they rebuild infrastructure to get at stolen oil. And what do the American people get out of that? Has he thought that much about your health care? Has he thought that much about how uh, over between 17 and 19 million people in the United States are about to lose their health care under this big busted bill, which will be revealed after the midterm elections, because that's how they set it up, where people are going to be kicked off of Medicaid, but he figures out a way to send your tax dollar to rebuild infrastructure for oil executives so they can suck free oil out of stolen land to profit and enrich themselves. But he can't figure out a way to give the American citizen no motherfucking Medicaid. Uh, so now he said that the Venezuelan people had already given him a certain amount of money, a certain amount of oil. But you, hey, you don't get a part of that. Now, or what you may not have heard, if you're looking at regular media, you may not have heard this. Let me find this story. You may not have heard this. Let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Let me find it. I just saw it. I just saw it. Okay, let me share what you may not know if you're watching for-profit media. Let me, Jesus. Here we are. Trump is reportedly tunneling money from Venezuelan oil sales to a bank account in Qatar. We remember Qatar, where they were going to build a military, allow them to build a military base in Idaho. And then we saw Kegbreath sit down and actually say that that's what they were doing, allowing them to build a military base. And then they came back and said, "Oh, what you saw them do, sit down and do, and say that they were doing that. No, that's not what we meant. We're not giving Qataris a air base in Idaho." This is under Qatar in my description box if you want to peruse this article for yourself and understand that they have a slush fund of money that they are hiding offshore in Qatar from the oil that 4547 said that Venezuela has already given them. So now you see why the people in BRICS don't want to deal with 4547. The reason he says that he has put the money offshore because he doesn't want the money to be seized. Why would the money be seized? Why is he concerned about the money being seized? If in fact this is our oil, they took our oil. Why would he be concerned about the money being seized? That's why the BRICS have created their own way of shipping with each other using their own currency, that they do not have to stockpile the US dollar because they did not want their money to be seized. So let's, if you guys haven't heard about this, Qatar, the Qataris who gave 4547 a $400 million jet. That Pam Bimbo said that it did not break the emoluments clause. That I think that the emolument clause that you can't get a gift from a foreign leader over. I think it's something like $1,000 or something. It's a real low amount. But Pam Bimbo found no problem with 4547 getting a $400 million jet from Qatar. and then shortly thereafter, Pete Kegbreath allows Qatar to start a Air Force base in Idaho. And then when they got blowback from the American people, then they said, "Oh no, it's not an Air Force base for them. Y'all misunderstood. How the media got y'all messed up." When we actually have a clip of him sitting down signing the paper side by side with the Qatari person and saying exactly what the media reported. Okay, so let's be clear. President 4547 is funneling proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan oil to a bank account in Qatar, Seymour reported on Wednesday. This month, Trump ordered an invasion on Venezuela and the abduction of President Nicolas Maduro, who was whisked to the U.S. to face federal drug trafficking charges. The move was the culmination of a months-long campaign of aggression against Venezuelan boats, from which we were bombarded by the U.S. for allegedly carrying drugs. That you have heard nothing else about drugs in Venezuela from that day till now. Nothing. Have you heard about drugs? Okay. Okay. The U.S. also seized 2 oil tankers from the country after the invasion. Trump said that we're going to keep the oil. Seymour reported that Trump administration first sale of Venezuela oil was valued at $500 million, and that the money is being held in multiple banks accounts. The biggest of which is in Qatar. Multiple bank accounts. I can have multiple bank accounts if I have $10 in each account and 499,990,000 in another bank. I can have multiple bank accounts. I think the minimum you have to have in a bank account is $10. It could be one. I can have multiple bank accounts. Revenue from the oil sales is currently being held in bank accounts controlled by the U.S. government. Who is the U.S. government? Revenue from the oil sales. So I thought that they were going to help the Venezuelan people. If they going to help the Venezuelan people with this oil, when the Venezuelan people are going to get help from this oil? Okay. It's being held in bank accounts controlled by the U.S. government and as indicated in Friday's order, according to the administration's official. The main account, according to a second senior administration official, is located in Qatar. The main account. I got 3 accounts, and 2 of them have $10 in it, and the main account has the remainder of the $500 million. The second official described Qatar as a neutral location where the money can flow freely with U.S. approval and without the risk of seizure. Trump's order noted that at least some of the revenue would be held in U.S. Treasury accounts. It is unclear why the money is held in Qatar would be of less risk of seizure than money held in a bank account in the U.S. Furthermore, it is not clear who or what the Trump administration believes might try to seize or freeze the money. Okay, many of the Qatari royal family gave 4547 a $400 million luxury plane. The gift came as Trump family business had secured a deal to build a golf resort on the oil-rich country. There is no bias. There is no basis in law for a president to set up an offshore account that he controlled so that he can sell assets seized by the American military. Elizabeth Warren Maine said. The ranking member of the Senate Financial Committee told Steam for. That is precisely a move that a corrupt politician would be attracted to. Okay. So, I didn't hear that anywhere on the news yesterday. I did hear it on people that I watch on YouTube. So I just wanted to share that with you. Now, what else are we missing in the news? Hey, Z Sarah, it's good to see you. Some more things we are missing in the news. Uh, just in case you did not hear this, um, New Hampshire New, New Hampshire lawmaker remains defiant following backlash over leaked signal chat advocating for segregated schools. If you didn't understand this, why they are talking about why vouchers are so good and all of this bullshit. Uh, this is in my description box under white schools only. Okay, here we go. This is in New Hampshire of all places. This is not in the deep south. This is in New Hampshire. Let's see what they are proposing. They were talking about should they give the students courses, give them opportunity to take courses in gun safety in their school system. And let's see what they say about this. Republicans Representative Christy Noble's alleged comments in a private chat about segregated schools have ignited sharp criticism from education advocates and Democratic lawmakers who say the remarks echo a dark legacy of discrimination. This is January 14th, 2026. This was reported. Let's get into it. Racism isn't just for red state. New Hampshire is in the spotlight after a recently leaked signal chat reportedly shows Republican Representative Christian Noble, chair of the House of Education Policy and Administration Committee, making comments that appear to endorse the ideal of segregated schools, suggesting that separating students could yield better test scores. Okay. According to the New Granite Post News, the exchange included comments from a user named Christy Noble who said, when we have segregated school, we can add all of the fun stuff. The fun stuff would be gun safety classes. Other than the chat, added a laughing emoji to the comment. Noble continued by saying, "Imagine the scores, though, if we had schools for them and some for us." Okay, New Hampshire House Democrat leadership swiftly condemned the alleged comments, calling their remarks offensive and reminding the public of the segregation's painful legacy in denying equal opportunity to Black and other non-white students. House Democrat leader Alexis Simpson released the following statement in response to the Granite Post story. Segregation is not a relic to be marked. It is a living scar carved into our schools, our communities, our democracy, Simpson said in a statement released in response to the Granite Post report. It was built through violence, enforced by the law, and justified by indifference. To laugh about it from the halls of power is to dishonor every child denied opportunity, every family forced to fight for dignity, and every generation that marched, organized, and sacrificed for equal access to education. Simpson also argued that Noble's language is particularly inappropriate coming from someone in charge of education policy. Most concerning is that there are comments about segregation. Most concerning about these comments about segregation were made by members of House Republican leadership, including the chair of the House Education Policy Committee. We condemn Representative Knowles' remark in the strongest possible terms, whether shouted, whispered, laughed about, or typed in a signal chat to your colleague. Racism has no place in our legislature or our future. No one believes in segregated schools should be leading the Education Policy Committee, Simpson said. So, what was the response? What was the response when this bitch knew that she was busted, saying that we should save the fun part for when the schools are segregated? Here's the long face, long chin bitch right here. Here she is. When we have segregated schools, we can add all the fun stuff. Laugh out loud. School and learning can't be fun as long as we have non white children in the classroom. That is the report. This link is in my description box. Despite the backlash, Noble, who is white, didn't deny or distance herself from the commentary. Instead, she chose to frame the comments as critique of broad ideology differences in school rather than a racial issue. Ideology. Uh, while While Noble didn't respond to a request for comment from In Depth New Hampshire, a publication run by the New Hampshire Center for Public Interest Journalism, the House Republican office emailed a press release on her behalf. Well, what does it say, Ronnie Q? What does it say? Now, this is the report. So of course, they are going to start off with we didn't mean to offend anybody. This was taken out of context. No, they started out. It's funny to watch the Democrats feign outrage when I thought that they'd be supportive of managing their own schools with libraries full of porn, biological males and girls sports and bathrooms, and as much DEI curriculum as their heart's desires. This is the response. This is the response. Can you believe that? The release read, schools like that will have terrible test scores because they focus on social justice rather than academics. This is the ignorant response of the racism that they were caught in. And they are talking about Democrats. All of a sudden, it's a Democrat problem. When the racism came from the Republican talking about segregating schools. This is the racism. It has been released in America once again, and the trying to blame it on Democrats when they get caught is just laughable. It's just laughable, and that these are educators. No wonder. Do you wonder why they took black? They wanted to take Black history out of schools. This is why, so they can promote lies and ignorance. The release went on to suggest that right-wing families have already been separating their children, touting school choice programs as beneficial options. Republicans have been self-segregated out of the leftist indoctrination centers for decades. The release continued. If Democrats had their own schools and we had our own, families would need to avail themselves to the widely successful Education Freedom Account program. It's a win-win proposition. The controversy added to a broader national debate over race equity in school choice and how public education systems serve diverse communities. So then she decided to say, well, hey, we have school choice vouchers. So understand that the reason why you have school choice vouchers, that is a way to take money away from schools in certain communities to improve the schools and take the students out of the school and put them in a non-minority area where they can go to school instead of improving the schools and try to pretend like it's the school fault. They don't want the children, but they will take the money and they will treat the non-white children that goes to these schools like outcasts. They will not. They have gotten rid of the Department of Education that will make sure that there are no civil rights violation in these schools where they want the black children just for the money that they will get from the school system, further eroding the school system in the area where these children live. Let's be clear. This is all about money. And they're talking about Democrats. And this is the way that the United States has gotten around improving education and all for all of this time. So let me share some things with you. I do have some things I want to share with you in regards to that. Just in case you didn't know that, what you're missing in the news when they're doing all of this other bullshit, I also want to let you know what they are doing in the news right now as well. That is not making national news. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Just in case anybody is unclear, let's get into this real quick about school choice. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. I don't think I'm sharing this. Okay, I'm not sharing this. I apologize. Let me share this about school choice with you right now. So that you will understand where the origin of racist origin of school choice. Uh, Let me see how long ago this came out. This is nothing new. School choice has been deteriorating since the Reagan era. This video right here is 4 years old. So let's be clear. There is nothing new under the sun. Let's get into this. This link will be in my description box under school choice.
Than that, what are they?
Yeah, so in addition,
delineate for people some of the options that school choice allows, or the different sections of education that it divvied things up into. You got charter schools, magnet schools, but there are more options than that. What are they?
Yeah, so in addition to magnets and charters, one of the more insidious options are vouchers, and we saw these in the 1950s, where you're using government money to fund families directly, and they can choose any school they want. More often than not, religious private schools. So vouchers really lead to the privatization of schools. Now, during the pandemic, we see online education really taking off, and even homeschooling is an option of school choice.
Yeah, what Supreme Court decision allowed for, I'm blanking on it at this moment. Was there not a Supreme Court decision that was a bit contested about public funds via vouchers going to religious schools?
Yeah, so Zellman v. Harris in 2004 really sort of talk about how, we can use public funding.
Oh, I'm sorry, your audio cut out.
Yeah, we just lost your audio somehow, John. We'll maybe cut to a break real quick, and we'll start this audio out.
Oh, wait, we hear you now.
It's something it wasn't supposed to.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, the Zellman v. Harris decision really allows public funding to go to families, and if they wanted to, they can choose to go to a private school. So with this, we see vouchers have a sort of legitimacy in the courts that it's actually legal to do this on smaller scales. But this is just one other choice option that's become validated by the Supreme Court. So we really see more choice in the early 2000s.
Yeah, and so there are a variety of different steps, I guess.
So in the early 2000s, your Supreme Court decided that we needed more school choice. We needed a way to make these separate but equal schools once again. Separate but equal. I know in the deep South where my mother and where my parents grew up, uh, they had the black school and they had the white school, but they called the white school a private school. It's not a white school, it's just a private school where it just so happened no black children were allowed to go. Let's continue.
Let's go back to Brown v. Board and some of the justifications that were used there. Like, it's so interesting to see it framed as choice, and for that framing to remain. Black families didn't have a choice. Like, black families were not a part of the choose whatever school you want to go to.
No, they did not have a choice. And they did not have a choice even if they wanted to pay. Let's be clear on what this is going back to. In 2026, the racism has been unleashed and unmasked, and they don't care what you think about it.
So you don't have to integrate your children with other black kids. Like that was not an option. Talk about that concept and how heavily racialized it really was from the outset.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And from the very beginning, whites and privileged elite white families really used what they called freedom of choice to avoid desegregated schools. And it was designed by and for elite, wealthier white families to say, the government has no right to tell me where to go to school. And if I don't want to go to school, a desegregated school, if I don't want to go to school with black students or students of color, I have a right of freedom of association, was the argument, to where I am choosing to spend my time with whom I choose to spend my time with. And upon this principle, they developed this idea of school choice. It's my choice where to go to school. The government cannot tell me where to go to school, and especially for some social experiment like desegregation, that families should have a right to opt out of that. So from the very beginning, it's a way to avoid desegregated schools. It's a way to dictate at your own level where you want to go to school. And from that, it just sort of builds upon that very principle. And to your point, you're exactly right, where people of color, black families, did not have that choice, right? They weren't involved in the process of coming up with freedom of choice, that we choose where to go. Black families just wanted to go to a school that they wanted to because they were prevented by law from attending that school. Freedom of choice is something very different that whites are using to avoid desegregation. So from the very start, it's a policy to avoid desegregation, and it's also a rhetorical way to talk about race without having to talk about it, right? So especially during busing in the 1970s, say, I don't want to go to that school because it's my choice not to go. But you don't have to say you don't.
So what do you think that this woman meant when they have their own school and we have our own? She was talking specifically about race and is unapologetic about it.
I want to go to school with children of color. It's a more convenient way that's palatable across the nation.
Yeah, I'm reminded of other discussions we had on this show about the notion of taxpayer, right, which is also heavily racialized. I'm contributing taxes. I own property during this era where property taxes the income tax wasn't around. I own property. I'm the one should be, and my people like me are the only people who should be having a say in our government, and everyone else should.
Unless I would be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that many of these young, dumb Republicans are saying that if you don't own property, you should not be able to vote now. If you are unaware of this, when the cost of homes is the first-time home owner on average is, I think the age is 50 years old for the first-time homeowner in this economy, because we have let big businesses and big corporations and billionaires underpay our workers as they become billionaires in this economy, and shrink the and build the and buy up all of the homes and overprice these homes and not build homes for regular people who make regular wages that have not increased. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, to the point where states have to increase their state minimum wages. They have decimated the middle class. So therefore, people fresh out of college are unable to afford homes. And while this what is Charlie Kirk said, this Charlie Kirk religious right bullshit is talking about get out of high school and start a family. How you gonna fucking start a family? There's nothing you can start out of high school. Nothing you can start except for living off of your families or the generosity of others in this third world country that the United States is becoming. There's nothing you can do. Let's continue.
Basically, be grateful. These are just notions we repeat today. Choice, taxpayer, that have so much baggage and weight behind them in terms of like the racial resentment caked in to those terms. But, you know, your book talks about Milton Friedman a bit, and it all seems to come.
Milton Friedman, this is the father of school choice. Let's hear about Milton Friedman.
Back to him in the end, unfortunately for us. He was a huge advocate for this concept back in the day. Talk about his influence over this debate.
Milton Friedman, and you know, a lot of people are very upset to this day when you make this association. Milton Friedman was critical in bringing school choice to a national level. Because up until this point, you had segregationists in Virginia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, the former Confederacy, using freedom of choice as a way to very blatantly avoid going to desegregated schools. Milton Friedman, as an award-winning economist in the University of Chicago, provides gravitas, a way to talk about school choice at a different level. And when he starts talking about it, you know, folks in Chicago, New York, Boston, northern cities have new language to use when desegregation comes to their cities. So when Chicago and Boston don't want to desegregate, Milton Friedman's talking about an educational marketplace. He's talking about the right of taxpayers to use their own money in ways that they see fit. So Milton Friedman provides a new language to not sound like Southern segregationists. He provides a new way of talking about it. And he also provides this economic theory, which says, let's put competition into this public school system. Let's provide innovative teaching and innovative schools to improve the whole system. So he's introducing not only a new way of talking about it, but in a new theory about how we should run schools. And this is what's really taken off today.
Well, you can see very prominent shades of that in the way that like liberals in the North talk about school choice. We saw during the same time, as you write, a mass exodus of white people, particularly affluent white people from cities to suburbia, which I think also was paired with the notion that public education can be circumvented for my special child. So I guess talk about his influence over that particular regional discourse and a bit of how that still remains today.
Yeah, so Milton Friedman, you know, in choice itself allows people to, you know, use a new way of talking about it, where I have a right to go to school wherever I want to go. And especially as taxpayers, right? I'm allowed to move to the suburbs now and go to schools and have a stronger say where I want to go. So in many ways, it becomes this sort of worldview that people have about schools. Schools should be run like a business. And as a taxpayer, as a consumer, I have a right to determine what that product should look like. And it's very influential, especially in the North. Because in the city of Chicago, for instance, we have massive white flight out of the city. And we have these arguments about taxpayers. Well, I pay taxes, and we should have a stronger say in how this works, right? So it's it's a different way of talking about it than the Southern segregation approach, which is to put police in front of the doors and not allow Black children into the school.
So the same outcome wrapped up in a different language. And let's see what the effects of this has. Let's watch a little bit
Many
of the
have seen
effects.
images from the 1950s of the chaos created when Brown versus the Board of Education ushered in the racial integration of America's schools. Those students on the front lines of the progress felt their fight would lead to more diverse classrooms and better opportunities for students of color. 70 years after that landmark court ruling, our country has a more racially diverse group of students, but many of America's schools have now resegregated. ABC's Ika Jachi explores what that means not only for current, but future students.
This link is also going to be in my description box. This is from ABC News. I'm sure they won't be reporting on anything like this since Barry Weiss has taken over a chief propaganda for this administration. This was presented a year ago. Let me tell you what a Black student who wants to go to a school that has options for them to be great have to go through.
Just like millions of other high school students, Ava Pittman starts her journey to class taking the bus. But that's where the similarities end. You see, this daily trip starts long before first period, just after dawn breaks.
I used to live in Forest Hill, so it was like a 15-minute walk. But now it is probably an hour and 30 minutes on the bus.
Every morning, Ava makes the 14-mile, hour-and-a-half journey through Queens from Far Rockaway to Elmhurst, just to get to her school, MELS, the Metropolitan Expeditionary Learning School.
I have English first period, I have music after, and then I have pre-cal, which is going to be strenuous. And then after my last class, we have speech and debate practice. So I'll be at practice till around 5:15, and I probably won't be home until around like 6:37, depending on how long I have to wait for the bus, the delays. Hopefully anytime before 7, I'll be happy with. And then I have to do homework, shower, eat, go to bed.
What are the schools like around your neighborhood in Far Rockaway compared to the schools around MELS in Elmhurst?
Schools in certain places like Far Rockaway, the resources are minimal. It's just the quality of education, it's different. I do a lot of things that are like inside the school that I couldn't take with me to another place, if that makes sense. I co-founded an affinity group called BAM, which is Black at MELS. I'm also part of Education Student Advisory Council. My speech and debate team is the most diverse in our league. There's a lot of Latino people in my school, and then Black, and then white, and then Asian.
The opportunities available to Ava are geographically unique, but just to receive it, most of her day is taken up by her commute. Schools in the U.S. remain deeply divided along racial, ethnic, and economic lines, even as studies show that the K-12 public school population is becoming more diverse.
My elementary school, when I moved to Forest Hills, was very white, and it was like me and I think 3 or 4 other Black kids, and like I struggled with finding people that looked like me and like resonating with what was being taught to me, especially because there were no Black teachers.
Take me to a world where Ava never left and always went to school around home. What do you think her school experience would have been like in that world?
Honestly, I think she's become a stronger advocate because she got to see the other side from a very young age. You know, we talked about Black history. We talked about the importance of her identity and how she operates in spaces. But she got to see that everyone doesn't have that.
70 years ago, the landmark Brown versus the Board of Education ruling was supposed to make schools more diverse, declaring separating children in schools on the basis of race unconstitutional and ushering in integration efforts. But according to the latest U.S. Government Accountability Office investigation of K-12 education, schools are becoming highly segregated again. More than a third of students attend schools where 75% or more students are of a single race or ethnicity. In 1957, 3 years after the Brown versus the Board of Education ruling, the NAACP attempted to enroll 9 black students at Little Rock Central High School. The ensuing chaos gripped the nation, and it became known.
And I would be remiss if I didn't remind you that a couple of weeks ago, white nationalists marched on the on this high school. I would be if I would be remiss if I didn't remind you. I showed you the video of them disrespecting the memory of this school. So if you don't think that this country is being overtly racist, and if you don't think this is administration is getting letting these racists get comfortable in their racism, I don't know what's wrong with you.
The media has the Little Rock 9.
The first day is actually significant because it is a mirror image of all the other days. We were beaten and pushed and shoved, that stuff was thrown on us, we were kicked around. But as I said before, we had taken a vow of nonviolence. We chose not to fight.
The governor of Arkansas at the time prevented the students from entering the racially segregated school, using his state's National Guard for help. After weeks of failed attempts to safely get the students through a full day of classes, President Eisenhower intervened.
Our enemies are gloating over this incident and using it everywhere to misrepresent our whole nation.
Those students today disappointed how much work still needs to be done.
Over these 60 plus years, all the achievements that we have made here in this country is now being taken away from us. And if young people don't stand up and stop some of this process and strategize as to how they're going to go about changing these things, or at least put some rudders to what is being changed by others, we're in a mess here.
When you look at American history, what you will find is a consistent willingness to support segregated society. That is the main focus. But you can't stop working for it in any case. You have to be fully aware that unless you have superhuman powers, how are you going to change it?
Unfortunately, we have come away from our commitment to the spirit of Brown. Schools have been resegregating rapidly since the 1980s. Let's think about designing for diversity.
Saba Burita co-founded Brown's Promise alongside Ari Amerikaner. It's an initiative working to combat racial segregation and honor the legacy of the Little Rock 9 students.
Why are our schools still segregated today? It's a multi-faceted, big question. I think it is largely because we don't talk about it. We can't and we won't fix what we don't talk about and recognize.
Following the landmark Brown versus the Board decision, students started getting bused into schools from different neighborhoods to promote integration. But much of that stopped. Starting in 1980, costly busing orders began to expire. And with a history of housing discrimination leading many neighborhoods to be segregated by race, for millions of students, going to the public school closest to your home means it won't be racially diverse. Despite the billions of dollars invested to desegregate public schools over the last few decades, today, school segregation is back at the same level it was in the 1960s.
School segregation is persistent and it plagues us across the country and across the years, unfortunately. I wish I could say there was a place that had solved it.
According to data collected by the Department of Education, between 2022 and 2023, amongst 100,000 public schools across the country, about 83% of black public school students and 82% of Latino students attended a majority non-white school. At the same time, 75% of white public school students were enrolled in a majority white school.
We talk a lot about the importance of school integration to the health of our democracy. Students who continually are growing up in segregated environments are not interacting with people from different backgrounds. So when they get into higher ed or they get into their careers, and they've never worked with someone who is from a different race or different socioeconomic background, that causes friction. That's such a great point.
At a recent conference in Baltimore, Saba and Ari met with education leaders to discuss solutions. Educators are making a major push toward public magnet schools, in particular, which offer specialized courses and programs designed to attract a more diverse student body.
They offer theme programming that you can't get in other schools, and students and families find that valuable. And what they in particular find important is the opportunity to go to a school that's integrated, where students can learn alongside students from different racial, ethnic, socioeconomic backgrounds, and they engage in a pluralistic society in a way that they wouldn't otherwise be prepared to do if they were in a traditional public school.
Ava, even at a young age, is also fighting for diversity and, most importantly, integration in public schools. She's a youth advocacy director at Integrate NYC, a youth-led organization aimed at creating equity in New York City schools.
Power to the youth. Yeah.
Integrate NYC is currently in a legal battle with New York State. According to the Civil Rights Project, New York is one of the most diverse states in the nation, yet at the same time, one of the most segregated. In the lawsuit against the state, Integrate NYC claims the sorting and admission process in New York City schools forces students of color to be channeled into the most overcrowded and under-resourced schools across the city. The New York City Department of Education sent us a statement saying, in part, we agree with the plaintiffs that achieving those educational goals is made harder by the complex system of biases, inequities deeply rooted in this country's history, culture, and institutions, a system that we also want to change. But this lawsuit is not the answer. We are prepared to defend against these claims in court. Ava is even taking...
So they know about the biases, but they are denying that anything is wrong, and they're going to defend it in court. So this is a little bit of things that I wanted to share about you. Let's get into the governor's race in Florida.
Up until that point,
Let's talk about. I think his name is James Fishback. He called Byron Donaldson a slave. Now we know that Byron Donaldson may be a new Django. He may be a new raccoon. We know that Byron Donaldson didn't mind being pat on the head as he followed up behind everything that 45-47 wanted voted on in Congress. He was the a good vote. We know that 45-47 pointed at Byron Donaldson and said he is one of the good ones. And Byron Donaldson did everything that he could to please. Byron Donaldson, I think he called 45-47 daddy as well. Now, he is going up against this candidate, Fishback or something, his name. And this man called Byron Donaldson a straight up slave and doubled down on it. Doubled down on calling Byron Donaldson a slave. Let me, if you didn't hear about this story, let me play this for you.
he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is. Up until that point that he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is.
Gubernatorial candidate James Fishback doubling down on referring to Congressman Byron Donalds as a, quote, slave to his donors. Both men trying to be your next governor. Tonight, only chief political correspondent Dave Elias introduces you to the candidate who wants to be.
See, he's doubling down on it. He says until he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is, a slave to his donors. But when he first made the statement, he said he was a slave. And the correction was, well, he's a slave to his donors. So let's not be too cute with how this was initially put out. He called Byron Donaldson a slave. And he wanted to engage more by saying he's a slave to his donors.
Your next governor.
My message as running for governor is very simply to keep Governor DeSantis' wins in place and then to build on affordability.
30-year-old Republican investor James Fishback praising Governor DeSantis while focusing on affordability.
It has gotten way too expensive to insure your home, to buy your home, to pay property taxes. Everything under the sun here in Florida has gotten too expensive.
Affordability is a Democrat hoax. This is a person who wanted to keep Ron DeSantis' policies unfeathered. Well, if you wanted to do that, that's how insurance got too expensive. That's how homeowner association dues got to the point where they want to eliminate them entirely in the state of Florida. This is under the reign of Ron DeSantis. Is that? But you want to talk about keeping his agenda in place at the same time, telling where that agenda has taken Florida. Make it make sense.
Those things, though, have happened under the governor's watch. Your reaction to that?
They've happened under a lot of people.
No, those things all happened under the governor's watch. The nonsensical of it all. And the best thing that he can do is to call his black Republican opponent a slave. To get some attention, because everybody in the United States of America know when you dog whistle for the racists, they will put you in position of power. That's what is going on here. I can't stand Byron Donaldson, but the simple fact that I'm going to call a thing here. Byron Donaldson was endorsed by 4547. So here comes a Johnny come lately trying to pull a 4547 move and a dog whistle of racist epithets to his black competitor and talking about the greatness of Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, who has also dragged Byron Donaldson. I'm not a Byron Donaldson defender. Byron Donaldson wife, his non-black, his palm-colored wife is in trouble for taking money for all of these schools that she's administrating, and the money is going missing. I'm not an apologist for Byron Donaldson, but what I'm telling you is straight up fact. That this is overt racism that is going on in this country, and someone who is acting as they want to do good for Florida by keeping in the policies of Ron DeSantis that has broken Florida. Watch he wins. Watch him win. Even the news broadcaster knows that Florida was broken under DeSantis. Let's go back.
In Florida's gotten too expensive.
Those things, though, have happened under the governor's.
To insure your home, to buy.
Focusing on affordability.
It has gotten way too expensive to insure your home, to buy your home, to pay property taxes. Everything under the sun here in Florida has gotten too expensive.
Those things, though, have happened under the governor's watch. Your reaction to that?
They've happened under a lot of people's watch. I, in many respects, blame the Republicans and Democrats in Tallahassee for allowing this to happen.
What do you do about property home insurance?
You have to bring in more competition. You have to stand up to the property insurers who are ripping people off.
The governor wants to eliminate property taxes.
Do you support that?
I support that completely. We have to eliminate it, but only for Florida residents and their homesteaded property.
You are very pro DeSantis. Do you think that helps or hurts you by an opponent that's backed by Trump?
I don't think Floridians think of it as pro-Trump or pro-DeSantis. Most Floridians who voted in the 2024 election voted for both the governor in 22 and the president in 24.
So in no way the governor is influencing you, or as he said, he'll back you?
No. Listen, I'll put it to you this way. I am working to earn the vote of every Floridian.
You've been criticized for calling Byron Donalds a slave to his donors. Mm-hmm. Do you regret using that term?
No, the only one who should regret anything is Byron Donalds for taking $30 million from AIPAC and corporate interest. It is unacceptable that you would take that kind of money. Up until that point that he gives his money back, I'm going to keep calling him what he is.
Your opponent, Byron Donalds, has said that without a doubt, he will be the next governor.
Yes, he's very, very cocky and very conceited. And the only one who could know what is going to happen are the Florida voters.
Donald's campaign announcing just today it has $40 million in its war chest.
You're going to be up against a lot of money. How do you compete against that?
It's not about money. It's about people.
Racism.
And the people will decide on August 18th. Dave Elias, Gulf Coast News.
Gulf Coast News has contacted other candidates, including Donalds, and offered them the same opportunity for an interview. If they accept, we will be sure to bring that to you.
He's going to combat it with racism. We see how he's going to combat it. We see how he is running. I have another one right here.
Collins previously served as a Tampa Bay area senator in the District 14 seat, and he is joining a list of other candidates in the 2026 governor race, including U.S. Representative Byron Donalds, who has the endorsement of President Donald Trump.
And while a new candidate enters the race for Florida's governor, another candidate is calling out comments he calls racist made by a different candidate. Democratic candidate David Jolly is calling for everyone in the governor's race to denounce Republican James Fishback. Jolly says Fishback used racial slurs against his Republican opponent, Congressman Byron Donalds. Investigative reporter Riley Phillips spoke with Fishback today and with Jolly.
And so, Riley, Fishback is doubling down on his comments about Congressman Donalds. Tell us more about what's going on here.
Yes, during a November press conference, James Fishback called Congressman Byron Donalds a slave and a slave to donors. After speaking with Fishback today, he tells me, though, he stands by that statement. But Democratic candidate David Jolly believes this statement, along with comments Fishback made on social media yesterday, are racist and have no place in the race for governor. Republican candidate for governor James Fishback under fire by a fellow candidate for comments made on the campaign trail. During a November press conference, Fishback called his Republican opponent, Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, a, quote, slave, further saying Donalds is a slave to his donors and corporate interests. Democratic candidate for governor and former Florida Congressman David Jolly is now speaking.
So you see how they tried to whitewash that first interview. I called him a slave to his donors. No, you called him a slave, and then you tried to be cute about it. Well, he's a slave to his donor. That still makes him a slave, is what you're calling him. Let's be clear.
Speaking out against Fishback.
This is one of those moments where leaders need to step up and condemn what I see as racism, the racial slurs, the racist tropes.
In a statement released Monday, Jolly also cited a social media comment posted Sunday where Fishback called the congressman Byron Donalds and said he wants to, quote, turn Florida into a...
Byron Donald wants to turn Florida into a Section 8 ghetto. He shared, this is what he said. This is what he said. A Section 8 ghetto. What is Florida now? What is Florida now that nobody can sell their real estate in Florida? What is Florida now that nobody can purchase real estate in Florida because they can't get homeowners insurance? What is Florida now? You know, these policies that of Ron DeSantis that you want to follow in the footsteps of as you talk about affordability. What is Florida now? And the uneducated voters are the ones who don't get up off their ass to vote in the state of Florida. This is exactly who they will put in office as the next governor of Florida. Because there is nothing that it seems the 77 million people who voted for 47 love to vote for more is a dog whistle racism. And now that racism has been set free in the United States, I assume, I predict that this will be the next governor of Florida. Let's continue.
Section 8 ghetto. Jolly is calling for his fellow candidates to denounce Fishback over this rhetoric.
I've got Byron Donalds back on this one. I do. I disagree a lot with Byron Donalds. I find his views controversial, but his candidacy is not. And let's be honest, he is reaching for history in the state of Florida to be the first African-American governor of the state. That holds a certain special place in Florida history.
Yeah, it earns a special place in Florida history that the potential first black governor of Florida was called a slave. I cannot stand Byron Donalds. I cannot stand Byron Donalds. But I hate racism more. Let's be clear that I defend Byron Donalds on anything. And he also has come back with another statement that he has taken from the FBAs, the Foundational Black Americans. He actually said, well, Byron Donaldson shouldn't be insulted by that comment because Byron Donald is a tether. That's what he said. That's what he said. That there's no reason for Byron Donald to be personally insulted because he is allegedly Jamaican. Remember, his first wife came out and said that he pretended to be Jamaican. So he takes on the story of he is a tether, so therefore he shouldn't be insulted by being called a slave, which means cannot he cannot uh, he cannot trace his ancestry to being a coming from an American slave. So therefore, he's black, but he wasn't a slave. So he's a black tether in the United States because his ancestry doesn't go back to slavery. When we all understand that Byron Donaldson has always been a con artist, and he lied to his first wife and took on a whole Jamaican accent, saying he was from Jamaica. If I got the story right. So let's keep it a buck. This is straight up racism in the governor race for Florida. I just wanted to give you this information. If you are unaware of it, now you are aware. Yes, he is. I concur. I agree with you 100%. I agree, and that's why I have nothing good to say about Byron Donaldson. But I will not ignore overt racism to beat Donaldson. You are saying all of this about Byron Donaldson, and who has endorsed Byron Donaldson? Your a convicted felon president has endorsed Byron Donaldson. Understand what I'm saying. Overt racism is on the table. That's all I'm saying. Oh, let's be clear. Now, let's get into uh, what I really want to talk to you about today. Let's get into. You ain't got to it yet. No, I haven't got to it yet. Let's get into what I really want to talk to you. Uh, Here, where are we? I want to talk to you about. We heard a lot about Greenland. We heard a lot.
So Donald Trump is threatening to.
We hear a lot about Donald Trump either wanting to buy off the people of Greenland with between $10 and $100,000. Now, Greenland already is subsidized cash payments from Denmark per year. Now, people are unclear. Is this fool talking about $10,000 to $100,000 a one-time payment, or is he talking about per year, the way they are already subsidized by Denmark, the Greenland population? So this is going to be under Greenland. The same administration who haven't sufficiently bailed out the farmers. We'll talk about farmers tomorrow.
Build Greenland from Denmark, and a group funded by Silicon Valley billionaires wants to build a weird new tech city there. It sounds utterly bizarre, but it's even weirder and scarier than you think. Greenland's tech-driven takeover isn't about one frozen island. It's about Silicon Valley billionaires taking over the entire world. Because the plot to build a new tech city in Greenland is part of the extremist tech ideology called the network state. Here's a quick network state refresher. A cultish group of tech billionaires has decided that democracy no longer matters. They want to establish new territories, tiny corporate countries, under their control. These would be pure corporate autocracies, fiefdoms where tech elites have total power. The network state philosophy comes from extreme reactionary thinkers like Curtis Yarvin and Balaji Srinivasan. There's even an entire network state conference every year focused on creating these dystopias around the world. One of the key players in the network state, a startup called Praxis. The company says it has raised over $525 million to build a new city from scratch. The project's investors include funds connected to Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, and Mark Andreessen. A key idea in
Who's Mark Andreessen? He's one of 4547's advisors, a billionaire tech guy. Mark Andreessen. If you pay attention, he talks about him often. Now, this Priuses, I've already told you how they had a Priuses in Honduras. And, Honduras, the same Honduras that the president gave a pardon to their president who was convicted of bringing over 400 tons of cocaine to the United States, who got a pardon. Why did he get a pardon? Because the current president, the president at the time of Honduras, she was in the lead and she had closed down. Prius in Honduras. You know that Prius that governs themselves goes on no Honduras rules, pay no taxes, had built this Priuses already in Honduras, and she had shut down their second location, and she was working to shut down their first location. And then miraculously, all of a sudden, the third place supporter who agreed to keep Priuses in Honduras. Who was a supporter of the convicted drug trafficker who got 45 years in America. All of a sudden, 4547 said that he was going to pardon him because the third place person won. Isn't that election interference? Isn't that election interference? And then what did he do? He did pardon him. And what happened? The person who was in third place won the election. Is that election interference? Hold on. You will own nothing, and you will like it. Get out of here with this bullshit that you're talking. You own nothing. Nothing. The northern hemisphere is ours. Get the fuck out of my face. You will own nothing, and you will enjoy it. Or what would happen? Let's get into this.
Praxis is to create a city based on crypto economics and government controlled by Silicon Valley eggheads. In fact, Balaji Srinivasan, the guy who wrote the Network State book, is an investor in Praxis. He calls the idea a form of tech Zionism. Until recently, Praxis marketed itself as a network state project. Last year, the project's website declared it would be the first network state in the next America built on the internet. Their pitch was,
as local communities dissolve and nation-states stumble, network states will ascend. The next global superpower will be a network state.
But today, Praxis seems to have downplayed the network state language on its website. Why? They may be trying to soften their pitch for their next target, and that target is Greenland. Praxis wants to turn the Danish territory into a network state. Let's talk about why. Size and space. Greenland is massive, 3 times the size of Texas, but only 57,000 residents. Wealth. Under the island ice are cold, hard assets. Greenland is rich in rare earth minerals, oil and gas reserves, and more. Location. With climate change emptying Greenland's ice and glaciers, some billionaires see a juicy opportunity to move in before the melt, to take land that will only become more valuable. That's the why. Now, let's talk about the how. Trump has fantasized about buying Greenland for years. Now he's floating other things, from bribing the residents outright with yearly payments to possibly taking the territory by force. And he just named a new ambassador to Denmark, Ken Howery, to drive what comes next. And Howery has deep connections to Peter Thiel, one of the key influencers of the network state movement. So expect Trump's obsession with Greenland to escalate. He sees it as the ultimate real estate deal. He dreams of stealing the land and selling it off.
The northern hemisphere is ours. Who is our? Who is our? Peter Thiel is a immigrant from South Africa. Who is ours? Who is this our you speak of? But you thought this was about American greatness. No, this is about billionaire becoming trillionaires. This is what this is about. Tech mogul who invested in Greenland mining also gave 4547 $243 million, a report says. So, what is ours? The person sitting in the White House isn't even indebted to the people who put him there. He's indebted to the money that got him there. Because he cares absolutely nothing about you. He know you're stupid. Let's continue.
To his tech billionaire buddies so they can harvest the natural resources and build their weird network state city. On a recent visit to Greenland, Vice President J.D. Vance, who owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel, attacked Denmark. He told our NATO partner, "You have not done a good job by the people of Greenland." And when the commander of the U.S. military base in Greenland pledged that all of our flags will fly proudly together, she was fired. The conflict over Greenland is only heating up. But remember what's driving it: a billionaire war on democracy. The network state, which is also pushing for Trump's dystopian freedom cities, is actively encouraging the takeover of Greenland. Call it what it is. This is a colonization fantasy mixed with tech billionaire secessionism. And it isn't just a kooky idea spread by Silicon Valley trolls on the internet. It's a serious movement backed by billionaires and powered by ideology. But now it's shaping America's foreign policy.
Powered by ideology. The same anti-American ideology that 4547 put in his NSPM 7 about your ideology and deeming you a domestic terrorist about your ideology, that they want to call you a enemy combatant behind your ideology. But they are putting no restriction on AI and the billionaires and this bullshit AI rush that they try to make you think that is important to you, when the only thing that they can tell you about AI is that it's going to take up to 80% of the jobs in the United States. And 4547 is trying to penalize any state who tried to put any restrictions on AI, as data plans are in every state, and we are becoming a nation of data plans that is harvesting all of your information, all of your thoughts, all of your anything that you write down, your language, to create a language model to eliminate your jobs. But you're cheerleading for billionaires. Let's continue. I have been talking about this all year prior to this year. I have been giving you this information. Let's take a couple more swigs of this information.
Policy.
Okay, the link to this is in my description box. If you want to revisit this, go over to my description box. It is there under the Greenland Lie Network State. You can watch this link once again if you choose to. There is some other things about this I want to share with you. Where is it? Let me see. Here it is. They talked about Curtis Yarvin. I talked to you about Curtis Yarvin. Who is Curtis Yarvin? I don't want to do the whole interview. I have his whole interview with the Times.
These are some of the
only gave him light pushback. This is also going to be in my description box under a Greenland Light. Go visit it. Let's see how old this video is. These are not new. This is not new information. This has not been hidden from you. This was 11 months ago. Let's get into this.
The wealthiest people in the country, if not the world. And they were all standing right behind Donald Trump on inaugural day, or just about. Here is first Palantir CEO Peter Thiel, maybe the ringleader of the PayPal mafia, as it's called sometimes. This is just him in April of 2024. just at a Mercatus Center event. Mercatus Center is the sort of libertarian think tank, or one of those. Here he is.
Sort of, one way to think of the Weimar period was, I don't know, it's like the dwarves in Moria, where they dwelled too deep, and finally they awakened the nameless terror of the Balrog. But I think there are, and again, I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but there are certainly certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s, where liberalism is exhausted. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted, and we have to ask some questions very far outside the open window.
Once democracy is, what did he say? Once the specs of democracy is exhausted. He feels that democracy is a bad thing, as I've shown you many times. He said democracy will be exhausted. Understand what he's saying.
Okay, so there he is saying, like, we're like Weimar Germany, and democracy, whatever that means, has been exhausted. I want to get back, is that notion of, like, whatever democracy means, who could tell?
Nothing has meaning.
Is interesting. Now, for people who don't know any history after Weimar, we saw the rise of Nazism, and Overton window means, like, we got to widen the scope of what we contemplate as being normal. Here is Mark Andreessen.
We have to widen the scope. Here comes, we're going to usher in Nazism. This is what is being said in the open, but you're paying attention to dumb shit. You're paying attention about how great AI is. I can look up things in AI, even although AI is erasing all of my Black history. And I can look up things in AI, and AI can give me points and information such as R.F. Kennedy Jr. and citations that go nowhere, fake citations and everything. AI is so wonderful that the whole person over our Food and Drug Administration is using AI. Our Health and Human Services is putting in AI records with dead sites, with unusual, with fake sighting. But you think, and you think because you can get a good cartoon picture out of AI, and you're suggesting that you do research in AI. Why would you do research in AI and accept that this research that you're doing in AI is real if you don't know how to research for yourself? Shouldn't you do research and how to accurately research without using AI? Shouldn't you want that for yourself? You're going to depend upon Grok to give you the information on AI. Grok, who by request is taking the clothes off of children and putting children in suggestive lingerie. And once he has gotten a word of it, Elon Musk does little about it. So this is who you're. Are you fucking kidding me? Let's.
The guy who created Netscape, another tech billionaire. This is him on the Chris Williamson YouTube channel. This is where and you will recognize this, Gil, from this guy. Obviously, reads some.
Wes Cruz, stop spamming my chat. Do not spam my chat. Do not spam in my chat. If you say the same thing one more time in my chat, you will be banned. And hit the like button on your way out if you feel so inclined to try me. Now,
Curtis Yarvin or talks to him directly, but here he is. This Gil from this guy obviously reads some Curtis Yarvin or talks to him directly, but here he is.
Talking about this too, right? Which is like, okay, how do we actually like redo the system is of course much harder. The other lens on this that I think about a lot is Curtis Yarvin, who's also a good friend of mine. And the way he describes the American system that's running the people, the way he describes it is we are living under FDR's personal monarchy 80 years later without FDR. Right. And the reason he describes it, he says, look, when before FDR, the federal government was actually very small. Like the tax rates were like super low. The federal government didn't do very much. The FDR dramatically, by orders of magnitude increased the size and scope of the federal government. He did that for two reasons. One was the New Deal. And then the other was World War II. And so the federal government that Franklin Roosevelt left behind in 1945 when he passed away was the government that he had built, which he had run the entire time from 1933 to 1945 himself, in which he had staffed himself and he had overseen himself and everything. And he built this giant structure. And as Curtis basically says, as long as you had FDR running that, it could run really well. And, we won World War II and saved the free world and it worked and pulled the U.S. out of depression. Like the whole thing worked and it was great. But if you let an organization of that size and scope run without its founder CEO for 80 years, you end up with what we have now, which is just like basically an out of control bureaucracy, like an out of control system.
All right. So I just wanted to lay that out. And there was also one where Andreessen, I think, was on Joe Rogan, basically saying.
So this is who you have advising the president. He's making all of these complaints of what America became. And in the meantime, while he wants you to believe America became all of that, he became a billionaire in America. But he wants you to think that America is so bad because all of the tax cuts and all of the loopholes that he got to amass billions of dollars. But now he see the gravy train is going dry. They have all the tax cuts that they can get. And he wants you to believe that America is so bad. But he's afraid that you're going to see America is only so bad for you, the working class American, a billionaire who got to be a billionaire in this America. Make it make sense.
That FDR, Hitler, whatever. People are really in control of stuff. All right. So with that said, he cites Curtis Yarvin. Who is Curtis Yarvin?
Curtis Yarvin is a software programmer from San Francisco who in the early 2000s started writing a weird blog under the name Mincha Smolebug. And in that blog, he outlined a lot of these ideas for getting rid of democracy in favor of a corporate monarch or dictator and running territories instead of by government, by corporation. For example, his idea for San Francisco was something called FriskCorp, which would be a corporate-run San Francisco where you need a special card to swipe it and swipe out. At every moment in FriskCorp, you're under constant and total surveillance. They know every single thing you're doing, even if you're in your house. And this is what guarantees the safety of the populace. Of course,
Isn't that what Palantir is offering? Isn't that what Palantir is offering? If you are not aware, Palantir and the Department of Defense just created another mega contract. Now, Steve Andrasius, who is a advisor to 4547, who is a billionaire, telling you that the great deal that made sure that elderly people didn't starve to death in poverty. He's telling you that it's since FDR has been dead for so many centuries that the great deal isn't run so great as he became a billionaire in this time period. So he is quoting Curtis Jarvin. Also, I showed you a clip where J.D. Vance did an interview, and shyly said, I hate to, I get a lot of things from Yarvin, Curtis Yarvin, and the interviewer, who is another sycophant, and in my opinion, a white nationalist, was so thrilled that J.D. Vance was quoting Curtis Jarvin. We're going to get to Curtis Jarvin after this, but let's continue.
Reinvented the totalitarian government of Orwell's 1984, but one thing even at every moment in Frisk Corp, you're under constant and total surveillance. They know every single thing you're doing, even if you're in your house. And this is what guarantees the safety of the populace. Of course, he's only reinvented the totalitarian government of Orwell's 1984. But one thing you find with these guys is they think all the villains of science fiction and speculative fiction are the heroes, and they seek to emulate them. So I often hear from people that this is Snow Crash, this is Parable of the Sower, etc. They're all right. And that's the basic idea here. You get a lot of gobbledygook from guys who think they're really smart, but are actually saying really dumb and dangerous things, and now are sadly very close. They're in control of the federal government in Washington. And that's what's kind of shocking about it. When I started this work last year, I felt like a lot of people, even people I've known a long time, viewed it as sort of a conspiracy theory. And, if Kamala had won, I would look like a guy who had way overreacted to a few weirdos in tech. Even billionaires were criticizing me, saying, nobody takes these guys seriously. This is just a journalist trying to be in the New York Times someday. And I wish that had all been true. Because what's happening now is even scarier and worse than I thought. And so Yarvin's idea is that Americans have to get over their dictator phobia, he said. And the way that we do that is by installing a CEO to be like the shadow president and to destroy American government from within through something he calls RAGE, R-A-G-E, retire all government employees. And that's very much what you see happening right now through DOGE, Doge, destruction of government by Elon, in Washington.
We have had Elon Musk rage through our government. Let's not be coy about what these tech billionaires want. These tech billionaires are getting from a low IQ president that 77 million people decided to put back in office, who are telling you they're going to take your jobs away from you. Are they telling you that they're going to give you any money to live off of? No, because to give these billionaires tax cut, they're taking health insurance away, and you get by how you get by. Let's continue.
As we speak.
And
he lifted it.
I mean, honestly, I think it is, you were just ahead of the curve here. Here is New York Times' David Marchese interviewing Curtis Yarvin. And this is the longest interview I've seen with him. And it's about an hour long. And there's sort of two segments. And I was struck by how exactly what you're saying. It's a lot of gobbledygook. And this guy's not that bright. It's fascinating. He's asked, why do you think FDR was a dictator or a CEO or a king, whatever? They sort of, they play around with these terms as more or less the same type of thing.
And this is who your vice president is quoting. This is who the advisor to your president is quoting. I'm going to show you a couple of clips from him as well. Let's continue.
And he doesn't seem to really have an answer except
he is so thrilled with himself about being a great thinker. What he does is he's a thinker based upon all of these obscure books. And you see Peter Thiel, Joseph Karp, and Elon Musk always jiggling and wiggling and unable to speak as if they are on some out of this world pharmaceutical drugs. This is who has the ear of the most powerful president, the most powerful leader in the world right now. And I'm curious if any of them can pass a drug test. Let's be clear.
For a strange anecdote, but let's just listen to this for a minute or two. This is Curtis Yarvin being interviewed at the New York Times. This came out about 3 weeks ago, I guess.
We know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen, and it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who's FDR's Secretary of the Interior. And it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do. FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and it's like, this is crap, aren't you doing? Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill would be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. And so, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal like a startup.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. I honestly,
like a startup.
I'm waiting. Like, what made FDR a dictator in your mind? And he was rude to Frances Perkins the first time she came in, and everybody liked FDR. He ran it like a startup.
Well, she was a DEI hire.
What's going on here? I don't want to spend too much time, sort of diagnosing Curtis Yarvin. Although I did note that it seems like every reactionary wears a leather coat on some level. Like, it's their way of saying, I want to take us back to the 14th century, but I'm wearing a leather coat, so this has got to be all new and rebellious. But what? There doesn't seem to be a there.
Yeah, well, these are people who are used to talking in rooms where nobody challenges them. So your stupidity gets accepted and you get more competent in it. The other way to look at it is this is a disinformation for dumb people who don't know anything about what he's talking about. And so his cherry-picked anecdotes are used to convince all of these young wannabes in Silicon Valley that, oh, wow, it was a dictatorship, et cetera. There's one quote Yarvin has from a few years back where he says you can go into a bar and say, I think the British should have won the American Revolution. And people will say, yeah, that's cool. Well, try that shit in Boston or somewhere where actually people know about some of these things and see what happens in a bar. So this is a guy who's sort of making up this universe from cherry-picked anecdotes and trying to prove this point. I mean, if I worked in government, I come from government. I spent a lot of my career there. I worked for Governor Jerry Brown. I worked for Senator Dianne Feinstein when she was chair of the Intelligence Committee. I come from mainstream Democratic politics. I'm not on the far left. And everything in politics is a negotiation. Everything is a test of egos and wills. That's designed that way from the Greeks and the Romans. There's a long history of how this works. There are checks and balances. If Roosevelt had been a dictator, then why did we go and elect a bunch of Republicans who hated his whole project in intervening decades? I mean, it makes no sense, but it's not supposed to. We're not the audience for it. The audience is people who don't know history, who don't know what to think, and might fall prey and victim to this revisionist vision that is only designed to convince them that we're already in a dictatorship. It's just a matter of which dictator you want.
That's what Andreessen was basically saying. We've been living under a dictatorship without the dictator here, and that's why things are going awry on some level 90 years later.
God forbid poor people collect Social Security. God forbid there's unemployment. God forbid there's Medicare and Medicaid, while Mark Andreessen make himself a personal billionaire. This is who your administration is following. This is also under the Greenland title. Let's get into a little of this Yarvin.
Well, I definitely know Mark Andreessen, and so I said,
this is also going to be under Greenland and Techno City. I want you to understand this is where America is going under the foolishness of these billionaires who, in my opinion, appear to be highly drug induced.
last 10 paragraphs of FDR's first in Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes.
And
a dictator solve the problem?
Let me answer that in, I think, a way that will be relatively acceptable.
On fans in the most powerful and increasingly political ranks of Silicon Valley. To my understanding, one of your central arguments is that, America needs to, I think the way you've put it in the past, is sort of get over our dictator phobia. American democracy is a sham, beyond fixing, and having sort of...
And the most unfortunate thing about this is I actually played this for you prior to the election. I actually gave this information to you prior to the election. And so many of you came out here talking ignorance. I happen to get an alert for somebody who is, why you guys are telling me this? I'm not responsible for Donald Trump. And the reason I was saying this is I liked his policies and I wanted someone to vote for someone who was a Christian. And I voted on him because of Christianity. What about Donald Trump screams to anyone that they are a Christian. And if you want to vote for Christianity, you do not vote for Christianity in an election. The church and states are separate entities. So now that we have this big fake ass white nationalist Christianity coming out here, you have black women talking about they voted for Trump because of Christianity. In the election, what about Trump presented Christianity? This Christianity thing has come in since this Turning Point USA, and this fake white nationalist Christianity has come into viewpoint to make you dummies believe that you are supporting something of some meaning. Christianity, a black woman. And now you don't have anything to say about the policies that you're living under, but you're still trying to make us feel like you're some more elevated woman, and when you're showing the ignorance of your choices as a black woman. Let's keep it there. Yes. Like the Heritage Foundation is about heritage. White heritage they are. Let's continue.
A monarch style leader, or call it a CEO, or call it a dictator. Like, that's the way to go. So why is democracy so bad? And why would having a dictator solve the problem?
Excuse me.
Let me answer that in, I think, a way that will be relatively accessible to readers of the New York Times. You've probably heard of a man named Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Yes.
And I do a speech sometimes where I'll just read the last 10 paragraphs.
Excuse me, my sort of went down the wrong tube.
Of FDR's first inaugural address, in which FDR essentially says to the American people, hey, Congress, give me absolute power or I'll take it anyway. So, did FDR absolutely actually take that level of power? Yeah, he did. And so there's a great piece that I've sent to, some of the people that I know that are involved in the transition, is, there's all sorts of people milling around.
Name one.
Name one Wow, name one. Well, I definitely know Mark Andreessen, and so I sent this piece to Mark Andreessen, and it's an excerpt from the diary of Harold Ickes, who's FDR's Secretary of the Interior, and it's a little diary entry describing a cabinet meeting in 1933. And what happens in this cabinet meeting is that Francis Perkins, who's the Secretary of Labor, comes in to this meeting and is like, "Here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do." FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and is like, "This is crap. This is crap. Aren't you doing?" Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill would be fixed and then passed through.
Okay, so you know this is a lie. He said he looked at it in New York or in the cabinet, and then he says that he looked at it in the Oval Office. He totally humiliated her. He didn't use her idea, so therefore he totally humiliated her. But he cannot tell you verbatim what the note. He wanted you to be sure that Icky wrote a note, but he can't tell you what the note actually says. But he wants to explain to you that this note totally humiliated this woman, and therefore Roosevelt is a dictator. Bitch, what? Let's continue.
Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO. Cabinet project comes in to this meeting and is like, "Here, I have a list of the projects that we're going to do." FDR personally takes this list, looks at the projects in New York, and is like, "This is crap. This is crap. Aren't you doing?" Like, humiliates Francis Perkins in the Oval Office or wherever they're having their cabinet meeting. And then at the end of the thing, it's like everybody agrees that the bill would be fixed and then passed through Congress. This is just a picture of FDR acting like a CEO.
Okay, so the bill was fixed. It goes through Congress. So therefore, this shows how he is acting as a CEO. Isn't that how the operation of presidents always act? So and you have these people who want you to believe that they have these stellar minds, that they are far and beyond your common thinking. Talking about simple shit, putting it in their gobbledygook terms to tell you how government works every day, before and after Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And this who has the president and the vice president's attention. Why do they have the president's and vice president attention? Because they're billionaires. Period. Point blank. And this administration is going to make sure they stay billionaires, come hell or high waters, and they don't give a fuck about what happens to the American people. This who has their noses wide open.
And so, the question of, was FDR a dictator? What does it mean to be a dictator? What does this pejorative word mean? I don't know. What I know is that Americans of all stripes, Democrats, Republicans, and everyone, except for a few right-wing Republicans, basically revere FDR. And FDR ran the New Deal like a startup.
So, as I understand it, the point you're trying to make is that we have had something like a dictator in the past in American history, and therefore it's not something to be afraid of now. Is that right?
What we see in the sort of the course of, to kind of look at the objective reality of power in the U.S. since the revolution. You'll talk to people about the Articles of Confederation, and you're just like, name one thing that happened in America under the Articles of Confederation, and they can't, unless they're a professional historian. Next, you have the first
Jim Crow
constitutional period with under George Washington. If you look at the administration of Washington, what you'll see is that basically what is established looks a lot like a startup. It looks so much like a startup that this guy, Alexander Hamilton, who is recognizably a startup bro, is running the whole government. He's basically the Larry Page of this republic. He's nominally the secretary.
I feel like I'm asking you, what did you have for breakfast? And you're saying, well, at the dawn of man, when cereals were first cultivated.
And that's exactly what he does. A whole lot of gobbledygook and bullshit. Okay, so let's see is this is who has the attention of the most powerful people in this administration. Now, let's see if he can try that gobbledygook on a Yale-educated professor.
Fascicle 1, disturbance with passage. So I'd like to welcome both of our speakers for a spirited debate. I figure we ought to get into the first topic. Very briefly, in terms of the format, there will be 2 resolutions, each which should last for about 30 minutes, with both speakers going back and forth. After those 2 topics are discussed sufficiently, closing remarks will proceed. So the first matter, resolved. The long-term stability and flourishing of our society is better secured by concentrated executive authority than by democratic institutions. Perhaps for a first statement, Professor Allen.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, David. Glad to be here. And thanks to all of you for turning out. You've got dark enlightenment and bright enlightenment. So I'm looking forward to the conversation. And I'd like to share.
Just to know that he calls himself dark enlightenment. And she says she is light enlightenment, bright enlightenment.
A little bit about where I come from in answering this question. You heard in the introduction that I am a combination of Harvard prof and democracy advocate. Folks often ask me, what exactly do you do, Danielle, with all of those different balls being juggled? And the answer is simply I work on democracy, past, present, and future, with no question mark at the end of that. That's a focus I come by super honestly. It's a matter of family inheritance, for starters. My dad's dad, my granddad on my dad's side, helped found one of the first NAACP chapters in Northern Florida in the 40s. Northern Florida at that time was just pretty much the same as Southern Georgia. So super dangerous. Lynchings were on the rise. He took his life into his hands to secure the right to vote. On my mom's side, my great-granddad marched with suffragettes on Boston Common in 1917. My great-grandmother ended up as president of the League of Women Voters in Michigan in the 30s. And this was because they believe that empowerment is the bedrock for human thriving and well-being. So I was fortunate to acquire that commitment.
And understand that this white Christian nationalist group under this fake Christianity, what do they call themselves? I keep on wanting to call them the Christian nationalists. They don't feel that women should even have the right to vote. This is how far back we're going. And so when people want to come to the United States and not say they're black, but they want to have all the gains that the black people in the United States had to fight for, these are the things that we have fought for. We don't give a fuck if you decide to be insulted if someone calls you black. But I'm not going to be insulted if people are doing a mass deportation on you since you find it unsavory to be what I am and come in and suck up all the things that my ancestor fought for this nation to be. Okay. I can't even tell you how little I care about your plight if you want to downplay the plight of my ancestors.
In view as a young person growing up in my family. No surprise in that context, I took that for granted. I took democracy's value for granted as a young person. And of course, as I came of age, watched my own generation come up in the world, the question.
And that's one of the good points that she makes, that a lot of us living in 2026, we are taking our democracy for granted. All of this propaganda that is being repeated, as we ignore how our democracy is being taken away from us as American citizens. These are the things that you should concern you, because none of us have had bombs raining down on us from other nations, as we are being isolated from other nations by talking about taking attacks upon our NATO members, which means that all of NATO has the right to defend another NATO member, which means attacking who's attacking NATO, as 4547 sits up and tell you he may attack Greenland. Understand what is going on here. Understand. Vladimir Putin has no qualm with making a fool out of 4547, as 4547 has our military on their knees, rolling out the red carpet to someone who is supposed to be arrested if he is found in our state, as Benjamin Netanyahu has come to the United States, someone who has an arrest warrant out on him. Let's be real clear. America is isolating ourselves, and nobody gives a fuck. At this point, all of our former allies have created new trading partners, and they give zero fucks about what happens to America, because America tried to fucking pimp them out of money. Because this president has come into office and said he's going to get money. This president has come into office saying that he's going to declare the Emoluments Act on Minnesota, so that he can get so that he can claim a wartime tactics to actually put our states under martial law. So he can do what else at the midterm elections with that he is surely going to lose. He can cancel the elections. 4547 said the thing that he hated the most after the election, that he did not go in and take the voting machines out of swing states. Do you think that he's going to not go in and take voting machines out this time, if there are any voting machines to vote on? Do you think that somebody in 2025 who said the mistake that he made was not taking voting machines out of swing states, do you think that he is not going to take the voting machines out when he has fucked up so quickly in his presidency that the midterms are surely looking like they're going to the Democrats? The same 4547 has said if they lose the midterm election that he's in big trouble. He knows it, but it seems like the idiots, the uneducated voters that he loves don't understand all the illegal shit that has gone down in this administration, as he hides millions of dollars in Qatar. Don't they call that running money? Don't they call that running money when you take money and put it somewhere safe? So if you have to run, your money won't get confiscated. Ain't that what they call that? But we forget democracy. We act like it can't happen to us because it's never happened to us. So we feel safe when we should be looking around and feel terrorized. Why have all of these rich elites gone off of the radar? Why have all of the rich elites stopped taking speaking engagements? Did you know that? You probably didn't know that all of these billionaires, they are laying low. Where are they laying low? In their low-laying bunkers. In their low-laying bunkers. They're not taking any appearances. No, they're not taking the chance that you dummies may wake up and see that the black and brown people are not your problem, but they are. Let's continue.
Democracy's value got a lot more complicated. I watched a real parting of ways, parting of experience. I have had incredible opportunities, immense privilege here in the cathedral. And as well, having had siblings as well who have thrived and so forth. At the same time, though, I have cousins, kids I used to run around the streets playing football with who aren't here any longer for all the hardest things: substance use disorder, incarceration, gun violence. And I hit a point in 2009, I lost my youngest cousin, where I started banging my head against the wall and thinking, democracy is not supposed to be abstractly valuable. Yes, we embrace these ideals of freedom and equality, but the entire point is that when we do, it delivers a society that makes it possible for every generation to do a bit better than the previous, and also for a whole cohort to come up together. And so I started working on this question of how to change the dynamic of our democracy so that it could actually deliver on the promise of democracy. And that work took me in the first instance into criminal justice reform.
And thus was the problem. Every generation behind you came up a little bit better. That was the American dream. That was the American plan. That was the generation. You made sure that America was good and better for your children and your children's children. And now you cannot get your 30-year-old child out of your home because they cannot find a job where they can live as an adult in the United States of America. I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about all Americans. Don't get it twisted. I'm talking about you too. I'm talking about all Americans. I'm talking about actual national statistics. That says that young people don't have a chance to get out of their parents' home. A lot of them can get thrown out, but they cannot survive outside of their parents' home. Let's be real clear. In America 2026, because it was too much to create a America that would bring all of America up. So you wonder why you didn't have billionaires before? Do you wonder why there were no billionaires before now? It's because America taxed and took care of all of Americans. And you wonder why so many Americans are struggling now? Because only the billionaires are being taken care of. Let's be clear. Okay.
Trying really hard to change criminal justice reform policy. And it doesn't take very long if you try to actually fix something to discover that even if you've got common sense, cross-partisan solutions, it's really hard to get things through because of governance dysfunction. And at this point, I suppose along this path, I had a philosopher dad. I know Curtis had a philosopher dad too. There's a lot of similarity in that story up to that point. And then here we part ways. Curtis sees this kind of moment in American experience, and he says, look, people, the whole history before 20th century, it's all about absolute monarchs, absolute rule, delivering for people. It's about absolute monarchs who operated in a context of belief in racial hierarchy. They delivered for people in the same way that corporations did, with the mission of maximizing their capital. Their capital is land and people. Because of wanting to invest in land and people, because of believing in racial hierarchies, they embrace racial cleansing, and that's what you've got to do to have a society that's going to deliver for people. And so Curtis's view is that our 20th century world is founded on lies, the lies of egalitarianism and the lies that democracy can actually deliver for people. And because it's founded on those lies, he thinks it's foundering. He thinks we need regime change. He thinks we need an absolute monarch, unaccountable, no separation of powers, no checks and balances, no limits, and so forth. Could be Trump. We kind of elected him. Maybe that's already happening. That's what Curtis says in his book. Could be Musk. He doesn't say that in his book, but he has said that previously. Hard to say. Trump, Musk, I don't know, Duck, Rabbit, one or the other. One of them, anyway, is in charge, going to run things for us and make everything better. Now, clearly, we part ways in that question of how to respond to the current moment. Why? Partly that history is false in his book. It is not the case that autocracies over the course of history have delivered good for human beings. They have consistently violated freedom. And I will come back to that point. I want you to focus on the idea of freedom and what it is worth to you. The second point is that egalitarianism is not the weak-minded invention of the 20th century. Egalitarianism has been with us for millennia, has been growing in force, goes all the way back to antiquity. Christianity extended it, Already in the early 1600s, you had indentured servants who struck for the right to vote in Jamestown. That same spirit showed up in Plymouth. Ditto the spirit of egalitarianism for all human creatures, Africans as well as everybody else. The Declaration of Independence was earnest in its commitment to equality. It led to the abolition of enslavement in Massachusetts, as well as in Pennsylvania and Vermont before the end of the Revolutionary War. Rhode Island had already rejected racial hierarchy before the Revolutionary War. In other words, it is not a weak-minded idea of the 20th century. What it does, rather, is reflect the claim of ordinary people to freedom. That's all. It's that simple. That's what egalitarianism means. Freedom is both the power to steer my own life in my private circumstances and to contribute with others to steering the public life and shape that constrains us all, the norms and laws. If you love freedom, there is only one possibility, because every unaccountable, and no absolute power is ever accountable. That's the definition of absolute power, is it's not accountable. No absolute power is ever accountable. Absolute power inevitably corrupts, tramples on, persecutes freedom. So the question that we have right now is not whether to have democracy and the protection of freedom, but only how to have that. The only question is, can we redesign our institutions to achieve that? And we can. And the single most useful thing that we could immediately do is party reform. Get rid of party primaries, get rid of the capture of power by political parties that work on the basis of a shrinking base of population to control our institutions. We, the people, need our power back. And with that, we can, in fact, redesign our institutions for effective functioning.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Mr. Yarvin, your response and your own presentation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Professor Allen, of course, showed a lot of courage here and a lot of hard work. I'd like to also thank, Harvard University. We're not supposed to mention the name of the school.
Unclear.
Unclear. I'd like to thank everyone who made this possible, including against Professor Allen. I guess I would say, I grew up in a sort of very different context. I grew up inside what's called the deep state sometimes, because my father was a foreign service officer and my mother worked at the DOE, and my stepfather actually worked on the Hill for many years, and now teaches at Hopkins SAIS. And he worked for Biden actually for a while. And when I observed sort of the underbelly of this system from the inside, it did not seem to have very much to do with the kind of abstractions that Professor Allen talks about. And so in a way, I have kind of two preliminary responses to Professor Allen's narrative. One is that, are reading her book, and I was reading, Democracy. Was Democracy is a Path to Justice? Is the
Other way around, my friend.
Justice is a Path to democracy.
Justice by means of democracy.
Justice by means of democracy. And reading that, I was sort of like, it made me feel like I was reading, in a way, a work of Islamic history that was written by a Muslim. And I'm Like, you know, because this is someone who believes entirely in the system that she's describing. And so, not to, of course, you know, have any negative discussion of the Muslim faith, but the thing is, if I'm reading a Muslim history of, say, the Abbasids of Damascus in the 9th century, written by a Muslim, I expect them to be very concerned with, is this the true caliph? Is this the real Islam? And so on and so forth, none of which is this the true century, written by a Muslim. I expect them to be very concerned with, is this the true caliph? Is this the real Islam? And so on and so forth, none of which, as a non-Muslim, are questions that really relate to me. And so when I read, for example, A Justice by Means of Democracy, I sort of notice every chapter starting with, you know, there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And I'm like, I get it, this is what you believe in, but these abstractions seem uncorrelated with the realities. And what this reminded me the most, besides this observation about Islamic history, is it reminded me of one of the books that I really learned political philosophy from, because I'm an adherent of what's called the Italian school of political philosophy. And there was a great introduction to this, which I found by chance in a used bookstore, which is James Burnham's The Machiavellians. And The Machiavellian starts with, I think, one of the great political essays of all time, which it is a takedown of Dante. And it is a review of Dante's book, De Monarchia. And Burnham, who is at the time metamorphosing from a Trotskyist into a neocon, and he was one of the first to make that transformation. This book is written in 1940. Looks at this, you know, he reads De Monarchia, which is a book of political theory by none other than Dante, and he summarizes the arguments of De Monarchia in a way that sort of describes these kind of very lofty abstractions. And then he's like, all right, you can't even process these abstractions. Let's process the reality. And so the reality is, instead of talking about abstractions, what Dante is really talking about is the conflict between two political factions known as the white Guelphs and the black Guelphs, I believe. And all of these abstractions are basically Dante's way of saying, I forget if this is the white Guelphs or the black.
Fiction in my book. Nihilistic narcissism is not my jam.
As defined by the founders, has a 98% incumbency rate. Or that if you're a freshman representative in the House of Representatives, you start at the very bottom. And so actually, it seems to me that if I look at the real Congress, this is actually a buffer against democracy, against populism, as you might say, because when I hear the word populism, I view that as a synonym for democracy. And no, I don't think of it as a good thing. And so actually that difference over the meaning of the word democracy seems to me to be what we should focus on tonight.
Professor Allen, your response?
Well, for starters, I appreciate so much that you've understood that there's conviction in my book. You're quite right that there is conviction in my book. Nihilistic narcissism is not my jam. Maybe yours, it's not my jam. So let's talk about democracy specifically. And in order to do that, we have to dig deeper into the meaning of freedom and also the meaning of equality and precisely what it is we're trying to protect. As I begin to do that, let me though also say, I also think there's a problem with the incumbency rate, for sure. Why did I highlight party reform? Precisely because we don't really have competitive elections any longer. So I agree that in many ways our democracy is not functioning to the standard of democracy. Again, that's where we agree. The diversity
I apologize. That is that wore me out. I was laying down as I was watching this. It's in my description box under Greenland Lies, Tech City. These are the people who has the ear of the most important people in the United States. So I concur with her about democracy is really fucked right now. We do not have a free election because there is so much money in the electoral system. And when the Supreme Court was reviewing oh my god, I had it reviewing money in elections. Oh my god, I cannot believe when they were reviewing money in elections. We pretty much knew that if the Supreme Court allowed all of this money in the elections, that democracy would be hurt by big businesses financing campaigns. What was it? Oh my god, I can't believe I can't. Anyway, let's go further. Let's go further. Uh, we heard about the democracy. Democracy is a big thing with these tech billionaires because if your vote matters, if your vote counts, why do you think they want to steal your vote? Because it matters. So how can we stop making your vote matter? It doesn't matter to you who don't even get up off your ass and vote. It doesn't matter who to you who will vote against your own interests. But
most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think.
So maybe we can get people who will never agree with you and to come along, and we will never get the vote. We would never get the vote. We would never get enough votes. But maybe if we can do it via technological means to get what you want, because you know what's best for these people who disagree with what you want to enlist. What you want to create. You know what's best. Even though people who you want to dump this on don't want it.
I want to play for you one of the most chilling clips I've ever heard. And just hold on and trust me, because it's not that chilling until you realize what it means.
The basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics.
That's tech billionaire and Republican megadonor Peter Thiel speaking at a Libertopia, a libertarian conference in 2010. He's basically saying that his political ideology is so unappealing that it'll never win elections. And that's one thing he's right about, because he's railed against women having the right to vote, complained so much about diversity, and written some really disgusting stuff about sexual assault and consent. But he knows that he can use technology as a unilateral alternative to politics.
He said complaining about being SA'd is belated regret, as if you did it willingly and you had belated regrets, and then you cry the grape word. That's what he said.
Politics, and that should really freak you out. Thiel is one of the co-founders and biggest investors in Palantir, a CIA-funded technology company that has contracts across the government for their data software. Here's their CFO speaking a few years ago.
We continue to advance our mission of becoming the U.S. government's central operating system as we extend our footprint across defense, healthcare, and civilian agencies.
And while both President Obama and Biden did sign Palantir contracts, President Trump is taking it way further. There are new contracts with ICE, something literally called Immigration OS, and the IRS. So 15 years ago, Peter Thiel, like the supervillain in a movie explaining his plan to the hero, admitted that he can use technology to get his ideas across when they're unpopular, completely subverting democracy. And today, one of his technology companies is gaining more and more power within the government, building the very systems our government relies on. And oh yeah, this is the CEO.
The central risk to Palantir and America and the world is a regressive way of thinking that is corrupting and corroding our institutions, that calls itself progressive, but actually, and is called woke, but is actually a form of a thin pagan religion.
If you're a progressive, if you have progressive values, meaning you just, I don't know, care about other people, the CEO of the company building America's technological back end thinks of you as the central risk. He thinks of you as the enemy. Are these the people you want running the systems you rely on, or worse, the systems that surveil you? I want to play for you one of the most chilling.
Is it now? Let me share something else with you. Let me share something else with you. Here we go. Just giving you the information. Do with it as you please. Let me. Okay. If you are unaware of this, Palantir co-founder calls for killing leftists in cold blood. This is the Kyle Kalinske Show, Secular Talk. The link will be in the description under Greenland Live. Since we were talking about all these and Techno City.
Y'all, that's what's about to happen. So somebody on Twitter said, commies aren't allowed. All right, I hope you're ready to be scared shitless, because that's what's about to happen, y'all. That's what's about to happen. So somebody on Twitter said, commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their gravesites. This is obviously in response to Trump kidnapping Maduro and blowing up the gravesite of Hugo Chavez, which is trying to destroy their national history over there. So this is a classic far-right fascist type thing to say. All right, but ready? This gets darker as we go here. So then when we have Joe Lonsdale replies, exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about? Okay. Now, what's creepy about this? As Joe Ravano Barros points out, Palantir was created to kill communists. Its co-founder says. Joe Lonsdale is not some nobody. He's one of the co-founders of Palantir, saying, we founded Palantir to help, quote, blow up commies and their gravesites. Now, remember, Palantir and Peter Thiel, this is his baby, they are literally snuggling up buddy-buddy with the Trump regime. They are as close could be. They're fucking connected at the hip. They're married at the hip. And what has Palantir been doing? Well, they've been in the business of creating this mass spying apparatus, this surveillance apparatus, which is going to be used by the ICE Gestapo thugs, by the way. They're effectively creating a blackmail file on all Americans. By the way, it wasn't a coincidence that Trump, in his first term, signed a bill which had like a 6 or 7% approval rating, which got rid of all of your online privacy rights. Now, all these companies can share your data freely, willy-nilly. The government has that data as well. They're going to try to do biometric screening on people. So they're gonna look for wrongthink in your history. They've already done this with immigrants, where they're like, we have to vet your social media before you come in here. If you criticize Trump, sorry, we don't want you in this country. If you criticize Israel, sorry, we don't want you in this country. And what has Palantir been used for? Like a lot of these other AI companies, they've allegedly been used in Gaza to help do the genocide and the ethnic cleansing. And there's also a way for the Israeli government to pass the buck when it comes to responsibility and consequences, where they say, no, there was no individual drone operator that murdered all those hundreds of thousands of innocent Palestinians. No, that was up to this AI program, which made the decisions for us. So there was no human that was picking the target. So you can't say the humans are guilty of any kind of murder. It's on the machine. So even if we got it wrong, it wasn't us. It was them. It was the machine. So you see what's going on here? They're depersonalizing war. They're passing the buck to Palantir. By the same token, imagine a complete surveillance state, no freedom, no liberty, complete authoritarianism, and a company like Palantir is the one collecting the data on you, and they're openly saying, we support killing leftists. And let's also be clear, they say commies. Make no mistake about it. You think these people make a distinction between, oh, wait, that person's a communist, but this one right here is actually a social democrat, and this one right here is actually a liberal democrat. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. You're all the same. You're all the same. If you're fucking left of Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan, you're the same to these people. And so that's what we have to look forward to now. This is what Trump is ushering in. Again, it's not a coincidence that he decided zero regulation, bro. Zero regulation of the entire AI industry. Wanted to ban regulation. He signed an executive order, banned it for like 10 years. No regulation. Even the states can't regulate it, even if they want to regulate it. Even though we've already lost 34% of entry-level jobs because ChatGPT has taken those jobs, right? This is where we're at. And so now we have tech overlords who are spying on us, who are collecting data on us, who are going to use that to fucking blackmail us, who are going to use that to take you down a couple pegs, might make it harder for you to get a job, for example, right? This is where we're at. This is where we're at. And these same people who helped to turn the genocide in Gaza to a more, efficient model, efficient, streamlined model to do the genocide and do the ethnic cleansing, they are now married at the hip to the U.S. government. The U.S. government, which just gave tens of billions, $100 billion, I don't even know the exact number, to create Trump's ICE Gestapo thugs, hire a bunch of criminals. NSPM 7 is in place, as you all know. That's them just announcing to the world, yes, we are trying to criminalize disagreeing with Trump, disagreeing with MAGA. That's what we're trying to do. We are codifying that we're no longer looking for ISIS terrorists, Al-Qaeda terrorists, people who actually have a...
We're looking for ways to deem anyone who disagrees with this administration as a domestic terrorist. This is all connected. This link is also in my description box under a Greenland Lie, Greenland Lie / network state. Go over there and subscribe to Kyle Kalinske. Now, let me share this with you. If you don't believe what he's saying about what happened over in Israel, let me share this with you. See, because Americans always think that they're special, can't shit happen to you, as you sit back and be an idiot.
A few people get
useful idiots. That's
wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could.
Getting wealthy off of killing Palestinians, with Palantir kills Palestinians with their AI and technology.
Oh.
They're killing my family in Palestine.
Yeah. And
How do you sleep at night?
Well, if you do, you want to hear my answer?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So, I think the primary cause of death to Palestinians. Okay. Do you want to hear the answer, or do you want to yell? Well, you don't want to hear an answer? Obviously. So the primary source of death in Palestine is the fact that Hamas has realized that there are millions and millions of useful idiots that will.
This is why you don't get a platform to speak, because you are killing my people and you're justifying it because of Hamas or anyone else.
Can we get security up there?
Mostly terrorists. That's true.
Palantir CEO Alex Karp has been an arch supporter of Israel's war on Gaza. His company has provided this Israeli army with AI technology to help strike targets in occupied Palestine. Days after October 7, Karp released a statement saying Palantir stands with Israel.
she believes I'm evil. I believe she's an unwitting product of an evil force, Hamas. That she unwittingly is part of their strategy, that she is a product. And the most important thing, arguably, in the book, or what Palantir...
So, because she said that you're killing my family with your AI assistance to Israeli, he called her a part of Hamas. Do you understand what he just did there? Because she called him out, because she disagreed with him. He called her a willing operative of Hamas.
Or what you could learn is, do not become a product of an ideology that sounds sensible. That a few people get wealthy, and if you said platitudes that were obviously stupid, you could...
Getting wealthy off of killing Palestinians with Palantir kills Palestinians with their aid.
Okay, let's see what he really thinks of himself and people, these tech boys. Let's see what he thinks of himself. Let's see what grandiose things he has to say about himself.
The delta between America's tech scene and every other's is huge. Why is that? Well, we organize around ideas. We believe in fairness and meritocracy. We're willing to suppress our ego in the service of a larger concept. We're not overly political, actually, in building things. And we get to keep the fruits of our labor in a way that in many other countries you couldn't. And this is totally unique. But because it's unique, we may not defend it as much as we should because we just assume it's normal. It is not in any way normal. The delta...
We get to keep the fruits of our labor, whatever fruit that is. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else. Let's go back to Secular Talk. All of these links are in my description box. Just in case you were unaware, I'm just trying to give you information. Let's go back to Secular Talk for a second.
We have our sights set on all these left of center groups. I mean, they're literally going after like Act Blue, the fundraising apparatus for Democratic politicians. Just like standard run of the mill, like Media Matters. They've targeted people like this. There's literally just a group that like watches Fox and quotes them verbatim and like post their clips. And, you know, people laugh at it because they say stupid shit. And they say, oh, this is like radicalizing. This is like terrorist adjacent. This is like, we got to spy on you. We have to fucking keep a file on you. We have to come after you. We have to fucking wage lawsuits against you. This is where we're going. This is where we're going. And by the way, isn't it ironic that you have Alex Jones, who warned about this sort of shit in the late 90s and early 2000s, warned about, you know, the Patriot Act. This is like the Patriot Act on steroids and human growth hormone. How they're going to take away your rights, going to take away your freedom. They're going to put you on a fucking list. They're going to make it impossible for you to live day to day. They're going to create these machines which take over. They're going to, the oligarchs are going to take away your rights. All that is happening. But since it's Trump and MAGA and right-wingers oppressing left-wingers, now he supports it. Now he defends Peter Thiel. He still defends Donald Trump. So all those predictions have come to pass, but now he supports the oppression. He supports the authoritarianism. He supports the fascism. He supports the co-founder of Palantir openly saying, like, yeah, we're trying to kill leftists. Like this, our whole fucking AI company at the core of it is we want right-wing authoritarianism to take over. We want to make money in that system, and we want to fucking make the left extinct. We want to destroy the left. So understand what we're dealing with here, man. Understand what we're dealing with here. And all the warning signs were there, bro. The Peter Thiel warning signs. I mean, how many times can that guy give an interview and it looks like he just learned how to speak yesterday? He acts like a fucking alien, right? His face is like weird and oily and wrinkly, and he stumbles over every single word that he utters, and he refuses to even say when he's asked, do you want humanity to survive, or are you on Team Human? He fucking can't answer that question, and eventually says, yeah, kind of, but what he wants is transhumanism. What that means is we all become cyborgs. AI takes over us. You put chips in our brains and shit, like Elon Musk killed like hundreds of monkeys doing that shit. These guys want to put those chips in our brain. They want to download your like
they are doing in Honduras with that Peter Thiel planterous place that he has in Honduras. I'm gonna leave you with this, just in case you forgot. This is the mission. This is their mission. Let me. Here we go. Just in case you forgot, a soft reminder.
Here is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion.
When it's necessary, to scare enemies, and when necessary, kill them. Now, you just heard the co-chair say that the left is the enemy. So do with that as you will. I'm just giving you. I'm not saying this. This is what they're saying out of their own mouths.
And kill them. Palantir is here to disrupt and make the institutions we partner with the very best in the world, and when it's necessary, to scare enemies and on occasion kill them. Palantir.
Okay, that link is in my description box, and just in case Palantir doesn't see it fit for you to be a target of them, understand that we have the Department of Agriculture Secretary out here saying, Brooke Rollins says what? I'm gonna leave you with this. Trump Agriculture Secretary claims meals can cost around $3 as food prices surge. This is let me. I hope there's no commercial. She said that you can feed yourself and your families on $3 per meal in this economy, as food prices are surging. Okay. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said,
It isn't fair, and it isn't your fault. But with Ebglyss, people with moderate to severe eczema can have real results.
Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins said Americans can meet their nutritional needs on just $9 a day, claiming that I think they mean healthy. One healthy meal can cost around $3. According to the Consumer Price Index, food prices continue to rise in December, climbing 0.7%, which is the largest month-over-month increase since October of 2022. Produce prices jumped 0.5%, while coffee spiked 1.9%. Beef rose 1% last month, and 16.4% from the year before. Now, let's see what Brooke Rollins
There was a little blip
is
at the end of the
saying.
year because it's the holiday and a lot of people.
I can't restart this.
Eggs to chicken to pork to milk to broccoli. But I think the question you're asking, and it's a really important one, is while we're asking Americans to reconsider what they're eating, are we actually asking Americans, especially those who are living on the margins, are we asking them to spend more on their diet? And the answer to that is no. We've run over 1,000 simulations. It can cost around $3 a meal for a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, corn tortilla, and one other thing. And so there is a way to do this that actually will save
a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, corn tortilla, and some other thing. We have run thousands of tests to prove that you can get all of your nutritional value from a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, corn tortilla, and something that she can't even bother to remember. in the richest country in America. They have changed the dietary chart as well, and they have big steaks on there. And as you see, the steaks have gone up 16%. And this bitch is over food stamps, who's telling you that people can live off a $3 a day meal and get their nutritional value, and they're trying to blame it on you and what you choose to buy, as they tell you you can live on a meal, a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, something else that she can't bother to remember, and a corn tortilla in the richest country in the world. Okay, I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. You can peruse it at your own time. Let me see. Is there anything else? On Wednesday, Rollins appeared on News Nation, where Connell Machine noted that the government revamped food pyramid and asked how the increase in grocery prices could affect some Americans' ability to eat healthy and affordably.
The average American consumer money.
You've done the
next step,
analysis
though,
on
is,
that,
but what
because
about
that's
those?
one of
We
the
have.
one of the
We have.
criticisms I heard from some, nutrition folks who said, like with the event you mentioned, all the protein, saying, all right, well, steak obviously it's expensive. So are you asking people to spend more money with these new dietary guidelines than in the past? You say no?
That's right. And the answer to that is absolutely no. Now, there are, as most things are coming down, there are a few outliers. Beef has been one of them, but ground beef is coming down. But here's the real question. The access to this whole healthy foods. That's what we have to focus on, especially for our, again, most vulnerable Americans who don't have a big grocery store a block from their house. They can't run to the market and get a healthy piece of chicken or a good piece of steak because they just don't live close to that. But we're changing the stocking standards, how we stock the 250,000 retailers in America that take the SNAP dollars. Think of your local corner gas station or your bodega in New York City, to double the amount of healthy options that they are carrying, or they don't get to run the SNAP program. So we're working on that as well. Those rules are coming down almost immediately.
So if your local gas station or your local bodega don't go fill their stores with things that the federal government demands, they will not be able to accept your food stamp. So they're limiting your purchasing power. They're telling you what you can and cannot buy. If they don't have enough things that the government want them to have in their stores, you will not be able to buy anything on your food stamps in a food desert. This is what she's telling you. This is what she's telling you. Less supply and availability of food in food deserts. So that's all I have for you guys today. We are the let some people tell it, the greatest country in the world, and that's all I have. I hope you guys enjoyed the program. I'm about to get out of here. I hope you have a fabulous day, and as Jill Comfort Zone says, stay sucker free.